At first, Francis had assumed Derek's mutant ability was something simple, perhaps just his absurdly accurate marksmanship. That's why he had told Angela to take Derek out quickly so they could focus on subduing Wade. Wade's regenerative ability was already troublesome enough. Cut off his head, and he'd just stitch himself back together like nothing happened. The longer Angela took, the worse it would get. But now, something unexpected had happened. Derek healed. Fast. Faster than Wade. Another self-healing mutant? Francis thought, expression calm, but his heart was already racing. When did regeneration become so damn common? Looking around at the decimated squad of armed soldiers, most of them torn apart by Wade, Francis shouted toward Angela, who was now on the defensive. That Jackie Chan look-alike has regeneration too. Stop trying to kill him and focus on restraining him. Unfortunately, Angela had just taken a can of soda to the face. Her ears were ringing, her balance was shot. All she heard was a dull buzzing. Misinterpreting Francis's shout as Derek mocking her, Angela bellowed in rage. "Shut up, you puny little bug." Francis froze. "Did I say something wrong?" he muttered. "Women." Meanwhile, Derek grinned, cheerfully ignoring the chaos. He calmly reloaded his shotgun and fired another round directly at Angela. Multiple blasts later, Angela was reeling, ribs shattered, blood running down her sides, arms shielding her head as her vision still hadn't recovered. For a moment, Derek couldn't help but compare her to Kingpin. Big, tough, takes a beating like a champ. Yeah, same energy. He kept shooting, unloading the entire clip into her. Even then, Angela didn't go down. Her bones were broken in several places, but the fire in her eyes hadn't dimmed. Impressive, Derek thought. Her ability is monstrous. He hadn't appreciated it while watching the movie, but now, facing her in real life, he realized just how broken her power was. A reinforced body that could tank bullets and keep moving. No wonder guns felt useless. And if she's like this, what kind of freaks are out there with even more dangerous powers? Derek sighed. Time to up the ante. He pulled out a few grenades and casually tossed them at her feet. Boom! The explosion rocked the deck. Angela's body was flung backward, riddled with shrapnel and burns. She trembled, bloodied, groaning, still clinging to consciousness. Jesus, she thought through the pain. Is this guy carrying an entire weapons cache in his pants? You still breathing? Derek walked up, peeling off his jacket, revealing what was strapped to his chest. A C4 explosive. Yep, he had brought one again. He'd known Angela wouldn't go down easy. So this time, he brought a modified version, with even more firepower, just in case her ironclad skin survived the usual blast. Angela, barely able to see, blinked and found herself face to face with a blinking red light. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, fuck me. Boom. The explosion was deafening. Fire and smoke erupted skyward, forming a miniature mushroom cloud. Angela, at the center of it, was engulfed. Francis and Wade both turned instinctively, just in time to see a scorched, unrecognizable body crash to the deck like a burned rag doll. Derek strolled over through the smoke, casually holstering his weapon. He glanced at Francis and Wade and said, "You guys still at it? Took your sweet time. I'm done over here." Wade, still locked in a messy fight with Francis, growled, "You bastard. You're making me look bad in front of my dish soap friend and Vanessa." Broco, man. Francis's eye twitched. Is it that humiliating to still be alive? Bang, bang. Derek fired twice. Both shots landed in Francis's legs. He collapsed, groaning in pain. "I had him," Wade yelled. "Just a little longer, and I would have finished him myself." "Oh, really?" Derek said, pointing to Vanessa, who had been tied up this whole time, watching everything unfold. "What do you think she'll say when she finds out you ignored her to play sword fight with some dude? Use your damn brain for once." Wade froze. "Oh, right. Fuck me." He immediately tossed his katanas and bolted toward Vanessa. "I'm coming, babe. Hang on." Derek rolled his eyes, then turned back to Francis, pressing the muzzle of his pistol to the man's forehead. "Long time no see, dish soap. How's it hanging?" Francis just glared at him. Angela was gone. The soldiers were dead. Wade was running off like a love-struck fool. He knew he'd lost. Completely. I didn't expect you to have the same healing ability as that clown Wade. No wonder you crawled out of that explosion, Francis remarked, his voice calm. Too calm for someone staring down the barrel of death. He showed no fear. He had already accepted how this would end. To be honest, I envy you people, Francis continued, smirking like he was the one holding the gun. I was a guinea pig too. The Institute experimented on me. But my mutant ability? It was underwhelming. Enhanced reflexes, superior physical conditioning, and no pain. That's it. No instant healing. He chuckled bitterly, then added with misplaced pride. Still, you should be thankful. It was my work that gave you that ability. A gift others would kill for. Shove your gift up your ass, Derek growled and smashed the butt of his gun into Francis' skull. I became strong because I earned it. You didn't give me anything. I'm just better. Francis blinked, dazed. Wasn't he just a regular guy before our serum? What effort? It was all thanks to my research. Derek paused, realizing something. Wait, you're just the manager of the research lab, right? So who's the real boss pulling the strings? Francis gave a dry laugh. You think I'd tell you? I think you should. Derek's tone darkened. You don't feel pain, right? That's fine, I've got other methods. He stepped closer, eyes gleaming with dangerous creativity. Picture this. I seal you in a coffin. Total isolation. Just enough oxygen to keep you alive. No light, no sound, no sense of time. Nothing but darkness and silence pressing in for days. You'll lose your mind. Maybe sooner. He leaned in. And if your nerves do fry, I'll find a mutant who can fix them. Then we start again. I'll even help you do a 360-degree split, slowly. He rubbed his palms together like he was warming up for yoga class. That got through to Francis. He realized Derek wasn't just bluffing. He'd do it. Probably improvise too. The company's called Essex, Francis finally said, expression stiff. I handle logistics across their research branches. As for who's above me, I've never met them. Don't even know their names. He didn't lie. Francis had never been loyal to them. He was in it for the money. Essex, huh? Derek muttered. The name rang a bell. He'd heard it in the X-Men movies. Gene collectors. Mutant tamperers. The shady kind. They had Wolverine's DNA. Created clones. Classic villain behavior. So, it's that kind of story, Derek thought. But whatever. I'm not a mutant anyway. My powers came from my titles. Their gene games have nothing to do with me. Then he remembered something else. That serum you gave me. It needed adrenaline as a trigger, right? Francis nodded silently. Figures, Derek thought. As a traverser, I'm built different. Bullet time dumps adrenaline into my system constantly. If the serum was going to work, it would have kicked in by now. A little later, Derek joined Wade and Vanessa. Seeing Wade unmasked, Derek could guess what had just happened. The big emotional reveal. Wade, desperate to look human again, was probably hoping Francis could fix his mangled face. But Derek knew that was a fantasy. He tossed Francis to Wade. He's all yours. I've got gear to salvage. Supplies are running low. Wade looked at the grenades and ammo still strapped to Derek like a mobile arsenal. Running low. Right. 10 minutes later, Derek returned, lugging a haul of guns, ammo, and even a motorcycle. That's when he noticed Francis lying motionless on the ground, a bullet hole drilled through his forehead. Oh wow, donut head. Not bad. Wade was fuming. This bastard couldn't fix my face. After everything, I finally find him, and all I get is a sorry, can't do it. He kicked Francis' corpse. Derek raised a brow. You sure he was done talking? Might have had another sentence. Wade didn't answer. Derek patted his shoulder. Look on the bright side. You're still alive, cancer-free. A little ugly, sure, but functional. Want to visit another lab? Roll the dice. Wait, Vanessa. She looked at Wade, expression unreadable. Honestly, she hadn't expected a miracle. But standing there, surrounded by explosives, gunfire, and a walking armory, she realized one thing. None of the men around her were even remotely normal.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After Francis died, Derek and Wade went their ways and left the deck. Wade called the friendly Indian driver again, unable to resist the temptation of taking Vanessa home. Due to the fresh batch of firearms and ammunition, Derek did not take a taxi back with Wade, but drove all the way back to his apartment on the motorcycle he had just found. On the way, he began to think about more ways to get stronger. After today's battle, Derek found that his plan of burning Bald was not strong enough, and in the end, he had to use the Al-Qaeda version of the C4 bomb to kill Gina. According to the plan he had made originally, the shotgun should have completely broken Gina's defense, and then use some grenades to kill her off. But conversely, even a powerful gun like a shotgun with firepower could not break through her physical defense. Derek had gained a new understanding of his abilities, and therefore, he must quickly increase the damage dealt by his weapons, and he should at least buy a bazooka. Sun Tzu said the right thing. The only answer to violence in this world has always been more violence. E/N. Sun Tzu. Bitch, when did I say that? Derek has always been a reasonable person, a preacher of truth, and he hopes that his enemies can understand this truth. I came to my senses, and I realized that I could and should contribute more to the world other than making weapons. So I declare that the Stark Industries weapons division, effective immediately, will shut down until I find new goals for the company and other directions that I feel are right, which also lie in the best interests of the nation. And on the TV screen of a bar, a man with a beard stood on the stage whilst giving a speech. This person was the CEO of Stark Industries, Anthony Edward Stark. The stock of Stark Industries had plummeted since Tony Stark disappeared, and most people assumed that he died in Afghanistan. As a result of that assumption, they never expected that Tony Stark would appear in everyone's field of vision again. While Tony Stark disappeared and reappeared, Stark Industries' main profit was from the arms business. But now that Stark Industries' arms department would be shut down, almost half of the Stark Industries' profit source was gone. Everyone was shocked by Tony's announcement, especially the investors who saw Tony's return as an opportunity and began to grab shares like madmen. The weasel wiped the wine glass in his hand, feeling a little weird, and said, "This Tony Stark must have been brainwashed by those terrorists. An arms dealer will now not sell arms? So what now? Is he planning to sell beer now?" Derek drank the Red Bull can and said calmly, "Maybe he will now become a smith." Title obtained chance. Unlock condition. Defeat Tony Stark's battlesuit once using a high-tech battlesuit made by yourself. 0 to 1. Title. Super high school level inventor. Without any warning, the system suddenly popped up with new content after a long while of no appearance. Another new title? Derek was a little surprised. So far, he has only triggered 2 title tasks. Each title task appeared to him randomly, and there was never a time limit. Now, it was the 3rd time he had triggered the title-obtaining mission without wishing for it. However, when Derek saw the content of the obtainment task clearly, he almost sprayed the Red Bull on the weasel's face. "Excuse me, when the actual fuck? Beat Stark's battle suit with one built by yourself? Are you sure you are not kidding me?" Derek was dumbfounded. This was the first time that the mission was directly related to one single person. Even more outrageous was the task's fulfillment condition. "You want me to defeat the Tony Stark? He's a freaking godlike person of this Marvel universe. A Batman who is always ready. He doesn't need preparation time because he is always fucking prepared." Derek estimated that the cost of a single Iron Man suit made by Tony Stark was at least hundreds of millions of USD. This is clearly him burning his money. With the help of his position as one of the richest people in the world, Tony Stark had dozens of armor. Others played with drones, but no one was able to make a perfect suit. Tony Stark, he tweaks his high-tech battle suit and makes it more powerful as time goes on. In the later stages of the world, he could even go against someone like Hulk. Later on, even Thanos had to fight this freaking human. And, most importantly, Derek didn't know how to make any high-tech battle suits. With his level of knowledge, he could at most make a suit with restricted movements, which compared to Tony Stark, let's not talk about it. And another thing to consider was the kind of material used by Tony for his suits, which, by the way, were all top-notch materials. If Derek tried to make such a kind of armor, he estimated that only his brain would collapse. But the biggest problem was not that he couldn't use his brains to fight Tony. He was afraid that Tony Stark would die laughing on the spot after seeing his suit. Well, it is no use getting demotivated before we even start, I believe. The first thing should be, as Derek was cheering himself up, he heard Vasil say, "Anyhow, who are we to say anything? He's too rich and influential for us to compare ourselves." This son of a... For the first 2 title tasks he'd come across, Derek felt that he could at least see a possibility of completing them, but for this new task, Derek couldn't think of any method to get it done. Among other things, with Tony Stark's identity and background, Derek really couldn't just barge into his house and go see for Boom Boom casually. Fortunately, the task was not mandatory or time-limited. He had a lot of time to figure out a solution. Compared to this, Derek had a problem that needed urgent solving. He didn't have any money in his pockets. After buying a large number of firearms and ammunition, Derek's bank balance was nearing zero. He only had enough money to go on with his normal life for a few days, but it was completely impossible for him to buy any kind of weapons. Derek looked at Weasel and asked, "Is there any high-paying commission recently? I am in an urgent need of money." Derek asked straight for the highest-paying commission. He knew how good his skills were now. He did not need to be a mere meat shield anymore. His shooting technique was perfect for assassination, just like the perfect assassination he performed a few days ago. The police could neither find any traces of him nor any witness. After all, dead people could not be witnesses. Weasel nodded. He now had a general understanding of Derek's skills and didn't say anything about the difficulty of the commission. Yes, but those high-paying commissions are, first of all, not simple assassinations relating to a single person. They are on a different level, like the extermination of Mexican drug cartels. If you want to do it, the location is Oaxaca in Mexico. In Colorado, there should be more commissions like this one. You might even find some Area 51 invasion missions there. Nah, tell me something closer, preferably within New York. Derek resolutely vetoed it. He did not intend to travel so far just to complete a single commission. In New York, there are a few high-paying commissions. Weasel thought for a while and then finally spoke, "But that commission is on your head. But, good news, the reward is now down to $4 million. Derek was a little surprised. Could it be that the gangsters figured out my identity? Weasel scoffed and then explained, "The reward was high because your identity was not known, but now the reward has been lowered because your accomplice was caught." "You mean the Punisher was caught?" Derek frowned. His accomplice was Frank, and he shouldn't have gotten caught so easily. Yes, what a poor guy. People who mess with gangs usually end up miserably. If I fell into the hands of those crazy gangsters, I would definitely commit suicide rather than bear the torture. Speaking of this, Weasel looked at Derek worriedly. "You have to be careful. Maybe your information has already been revealed to the gangsters by that Punisher. I hope you were not idiot enough to reveal your address. And if you did, I beg you, move out as soon as possible and move to Wade's place." Weasel didn't want the apartment to be bumped by gangsters who came to find Derek. "Who's going to live with me?" A frivolous voice came, and Wade, wearing a mask, came over and sat down beside Derek. "I warn you, don't even think about it. No one can disturb my peaceful, cozy life with Vanessa, except the IRS." Weasel said sarcastically, "Oh, look who is here, America's most handsome boyfriend, Wade Wilson. I thought you would hold Vanessa all the time now. What are you doing here?" Derek was also surprised to see Wade coming. Since Wade and Vanessa got back together, the long-lost couple were together every day, and even his friends hardly saw Wade these days. "That's what I thought too, but there's one thing scarier than the IRS coming to you, and that happened to me," Wade said. "E/N. Worse than the IRS happened. My dog stepped on a bee. What's the matter? I'm out of money." Wade shrugged his shoulders and laid down on the table dejectedly. "Are you short of money too?" Derek asked curiously. "Very fucking much." Although Wade became a mercenary earlier than Derek, his savings weren't a lot. Thinking of the increasing expenses of himself and Vanessa recently, Wade said eagerly, "Quickly get me some new jobs, preferably within New York, so that I can work in the morning and hug my Vanessa in the evening." Hearing this, Derek suddenly had an idea. "Wade, here is a commission with several million USD. Are you interested in doing it?" Millions of USD? Wade suddenly became interested and immediately asked, "And what are the contents of this $1 million commission?" "I'll do anything other than remove my mask. It's simple. You have to just catch a guy and hand him over to a gang and get paid millions of dollars." "There is such a good commission?" Wade asked impatiently. "Who is the target and where is he in New York? Who am I going to catch and barter for millions?" "Don't worry. There is no difficulty in this commission. Moreover, you also know the target closely, and the distance is almost nothing." "I know them." "Who is it?" "Your bedmate." Derek gulped down another Red Bull at once and showed a bright smile on his face. "Let's do it. I won't resist at all, but the share will be 50-50. Above the pitch-black sky, gloomy black clouds blocked the moonlight, casting an eerie shadow over the desolate landscape below. The darkness seemed to be alive, creeping slowly and enveloping everything in its path. The dazzling lights of the city in the distance shone like a beacon in the pitch-black night sky, casting an otherworldly glow over the lifeless West Midtown. The stark contrast between the two was like a boundary line between the living and the dead, separated only by the Hudson River. This was the cradle of criminals, the infamous Hell's Kitchen. On a quiet street, several black vehicles parked at the corner. A group of Russian men, led by Vladimir, stepped out of the sleek black vehicles, their polished shoes clicking against the pavement as they walked towards Wesley standing in front of the iron gate. The sound of steps echoed through the silent street, making the atmosphere tense. Vladimir's eyes were sharp as he scanned his surroundings. "Where's the damn attacker? Please don't worry. Since you agreed to our future assistance, what my employer promised to you would naturally be completed." Wesley smiled. Immediately afterwards, he nodded to the black-clothed bodyguards standing behind him. The bodyguards turned around and quickly opened the large iron gate behind them. The heavy iron gate was pushed open with a light thud in the end as a faint smell of blood rushed over. The space inside the establishment was very small. It was surrounded by iron walls, and in the center was a burly man. Vladimir saw that the man's hands and feet were tied with iron chains. His body and clothes were covered in red blood, as if he had just been fished out of vampire's lunch bowl. Judging from his wounds, these bloodstains should not all belong to him, Vladimir said to himself as he finished observing the man. Seeing this man, Wesley couldn't help sighing. This is the famous Punisher. We spent a lot of effort to lure him out and catch him. Even so, we have lost a lot here. But please rest assured, according to our agreement, he is yours. So, we didn't torture him at all. Vladimir did not reply, but stared hard at Frank sitting in front of him. Previously, the Russian Ross gang also sent out a large number of men to catch him. The result? They encountered various obstacles every time they acted, and Frank always managed to slip away in the end. Vladimir, being not a fool, knew that someone was trying to stop him from catching Frank. Under pressure, Vladimir had finally agreed to Wesley's suggestion, giving up Anatoly's former territory and handing it over to them while they assisted in the operation. It wasn't long after his agreement that Vladimir received a call saying that Frank had been caught. Vladimir walked up to Frank, pulled his face up with his hair, and asked coldly, "You killed Anatoly?" Frank looked up at Vladimir calmly. He recognized Vladimir, the leader of the Russian Ross gang. Curling his lips in disdain, Frank definitely knew who the murderer of Anatoly was, but he didn't care about it. Now, he didn't bother if the blame fell on him or not. He just mocked Vladimir. "I killed a lot of cunts, and they were all guilty." "Which one are you talking about?" "Anatoly? Might have met him." Enraged, Vladimir punched through. The veins in Vladimir's neck bulged as he grabbed Frank's collar. "I know you have companion. Tell me where he is." Frank spat saliva and put on a mocking expression. The result was that Vladimir beat up Frank violently, and Frank didn't even squeak during the whole process. After beating Frank to a mess, Vladimir snarled, "Tell me who that damn companion is and what his name is. If you don't, I swear on my life that you will die a terrible death." Frank opened his swollen blue eyes, calmly watching Vladimir roaring at him helplessly. Frank was a trained soldier. He was not afraid of any kind of cruel torture. Since he and Derek had only met once, This was not to protect him, but Frank just wanted to see the anger of these gangsters, so, to enjoy it more, he did not reveal the slightest bit of information about Derek. Frank said in a hoarse voice, "You're not going to find him ever, I think." Vladimir punched him again. Seeing that Frank was so stubborn, Vladimir turned to Wesley angrily. "Tell me, where's the other bastard who was with him?" "We're currently investigating that," Wesley said as he pushed back his glasses. However, according to their plan, once they find a second attacker, they will find someone to silence him directly, rather than leaving this to Vladimir. It's just that Vladimir also lost a big part of his territory. How could he listen to such nonsense? Vladimir raised his blood-stained palm and grabbed Wesley's collar unceremoniously. "If you take my territory, you have to send the assailant over too, and I want them both to die at my hands." Wesley frowned. "You also know that it will take time. After all, it's not like the other attacker would just be delivered to the gate right now." Just then, a member of the Russian Ross gang came running over. "The assailant was found, boss." Someone came and said that he caught the person whose head had the large reward. They say that they saw him when they were going to relieve themselves in the toilet. They have come here to deliver him and receive the reward. Wesley, what the... Frank. Half an hour later, the large iron gate was pushed open, accompanied by a loud, creaking sound. The first person to walk in was a strange man in black and red tights, wearing a red mask on his face. The man in tights held a rope in his hands, and behind him was another man, getting dragged by him. The man getting dragged on the ground also wore a mask, not a mask, but rather, it looked like a Walmart bag wrapped on the man's head. The man in red tights, Wade, looked around the room, saw the gangsters and Frank in the room, who was covered in blood. Wade then enthusiastically and happily greeted them. "Hey, are you having a red attire theme party here? May I join too?" Vladimir walked forward and looked at Wade. "Is he the one who was asked to look for in the commission?" "Looking at your villainous appearance and using my genius brain, I knew you were the boss here, right?" Wade grabbed the rope and pulled the man behind him forward with his arms akimbo. He said, "That's right, I brought the man worth 4 million. He is the one who was asked for." E/N. Akimbo is when someone has their hands on their hips and the elbows are turned outwards. Wesley narrowed his eyes slightly. He was shrewd and quickly noticed that something was wrong. He asked, "You said he was the one who was asked for. How can you prove that he is the one? Moreover, how did you find his identity?" There were almost no clues. Facing Wesley's questioning, Wade did not panic, but talked eloquently. "This matter started with a Mexican chicken wrap. I ate a Mexican chicken wrap on the street today, and it didn't take long before I suddenly felt a severe pain in my stomach, so after that I found a toilet." "Shut up and get to the point." Vladimir interrupted him impatiently. Wade shrugged him and continued, "At that time, I saw a man in the toilet who exactly matched the description on the commission, and so I caught him here." As he spoke, he took off the man's mask and revealed Derek's super handsome face. The expressions of Vladimir and Wesley froze instantly. They remembered the description of the other attacker on the bounty, which seemed to be only one simple word. Asian, likely Jackie Chan. Looking at Derek's face again, it really fit the description perfectly, but Vladimir's complexion was very bad, and now he seriously suspected that the man who was tied up was a passerby that the man in tights randomly grabbed while going to the toilet. He said in a rude tone, "I need some better proof. If you can't prove this guy's identity as the assailant, I will believe it that you are mocking me, and you will die a death worse than you can imagine." "Oh, calm down, please. I definitely can prove that he is the one." "How will you prove it?" Wesley continued to question Wade. If the person in front of him was a faker, he could expose their identities on the spot. If this person was the real one, even so, he must be identified as a fake. Wesley could not let the real attacker fall into Vladimir's hands. Wade poked Derek's waist with his fingers and made a fierce expression on his face. Regardless of whether others could see his face under the mask, he asked him, "Quickly tell me, are you really the one who had his name written on the bounty?" Derek showed an expression of panic, his eyes revealing a hint of disbelief. "You actually discovered me? I must say, you're an intelligent lad. What meticulous judgment. You're right, I'm the man who was on the bounty of 4 million. Wade nodded and spread his arms in front of everyone and said, "You heard it. Wesley, Vladimir, Frank." Frank, who sat on the torture chair, thought the wounds on his body were painful at first, but now his head hurt more. When Derek's mask was taken off, although he didn't realize why he put on a fake beard and wore a pair of glasses, Frank still recognized Derek at a glance. After seeing that Derek was really caught, Frank was surprised. His role as a Punisher was too famous, and all criminals knew that his target was criminals. So the group of gangsters set up a trap to lure him out. But Derek's situation was completely different from his. Originally, not much of his information was revealed. Even if this group of gangsters covered almost the entire New York intelligence network, it would be difficult for them to find Derek's traces under such a huge amount of information gap. Frank originally thought that Derek fell into the hands of a powerful intelligence organization and was captured by the opponent after a life-and-death struggle. Frank had already imagined all kinds of fierce battle scenes in his mind. But now it seems this kid is clearly on a self-destruct command. It's like he has a C4 tied to his body and would take all these gangsters down with him. In his many years of interrogation career, it was the first time that Frank saw such an easy prisoner. In less than half a minute, Derek revealed everything about himself. Frank took a deep breath, still holding a glimmer of hope in his heart. Although he had a bird-brained teammate, Derek's identity was still a little uncertain. After all, the two of them were outsiders. Even if they admit to it themselves, there was no real way to prove whether what they said was true. And Vladimir also thought of this. He really wanted to catch the murderer, but he didn't want to spend a lot of money to kill a random passerby who wasn't even a murderer. Pointing to Derek, Vladimir asked, "Use the life you have left in your shell and tell me, is he the Asian guy you saw that day?" Vladimir said it to a Russian guy sitting in a wheelchair, his one eye covered with a bandage and half his body in plasters. He was the one and only person who survived. He looked at Derek, and then he nodded confidently. "It's him. I remember that beard." "Frank, has anyone survived this kid too? Moreover, beard? They are all stupid shits. Call them all here," Vladimir ordered. One by one, all the survivors of that night, especially the ones that Derek saved Frank from with his writing skills, came ahead and identified Derek. Seeing that Derek was more and more being accused of being the attacker, Wesley realized that if he didn't do anything, their plan would go wrong. So, Wesley said, "With all due respect, I don't think these statements can provide us with anything concrete against him." "Oh, really now? Are you saying that my men are telling lies?" Vladimir stared at Wesley closely. Wesley's attitude and approach to this situation made him a little suspicious. Or could it be that you don't want me to find out who killed my brother? That's definitely not it. You may have misunderstood me. Regarding the situation that night, I just don't want to rule out the possibility that your men might recognize wrong. I just want it all to be 100% confirmed. After all, my employer also has to pay a fat bounty. Wesley explained calmly. "I'm not mistaken. He's the Asian guy. I remember that black beard." The Russian men tried to explain that there was nothing wrong with his eyes and memories. Frank, meanwhile, was silent all this while. He didn't know what to say. He was in the same situation as Matt a few days ago. Being a smart man was trouble when sitting where he was. "I won't claim that my memory is the best but beard. Are you for real?" Vladimir said coldly. "Then how do you want his identity to be proved? I heard that you lost a lot of people that night, and most of them were taken care of by the Asian attacker. From that we know that the Asian guy is for sure very skilled." Wesley smiled confidently and turned to look at Derek, but look at this man. His figure doesn't look like he has received professional training. I don't think he has the strength to do any killing. He might just die from if he sees a real gun. Hearing that his own strength was questioned, Derek was not at all happy. "Oi, bitch, what do you mean? You little red four-eyed riding hood motherfew asterisk 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 ing cu asterisk t. Are you doubting my strength by saying that, Punisher? Tell them quickly. What happened that night?" Wesley took a deep breath to keep himself calm. He didn't ask anything wrong and did not insult him, but this guy exploded with rage suddenly. He wondered if this guy was a short-tempered. "Why did you appear here?" Frank asked. He had seen Derek's strength and knew about it. With his weird self-healing ability and unpredictable marksmanship, he couldn't have gotten caught. Derek said seriously, "Oh fuck, why is everyone so dumb? Can't you tell that I'm here to save you?" Looking at Derek, who was tied up with a rope and had to jump dozens of times to move, Frank was expressionless. "Sorry, I really can't see it." Seeing Derek stand on the situation that night and the expression of familiarity on Frank's face, Vladimir knew that the person in front of him was the other attacker, and suddenly, he was about to punch Derek's face in rage. But right before his fist could make contact with Derek's face, a cold light flashed, and a sharp long blade stopped in front of Vladimir's neck. Ignoring all the gangsters who panicked and raised their guns, Wade held the katana in his hand confidently and said in a dissatisfied tone, "This is against the rules. Before you pay the money, he is still my man. You have to get my consent to do it in front of so many people." "That's right." Derek hid behind Wade and shouted, as if he had found a defender. Feeling the coldness on his neck, Vladimir's body froze for an instant, and his intuition told him that the person in front of him was definitely not a normal mob. The threat of death made him forcefully suppress the anger in his heart. "Wire him the money." Vladimir ordered a subordinate beside him with a gloomy face. In less than half a minute, Wade's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from Weasel saying that the bounty money had been transferred. However, he looked at the phone screen and suddenly exclaimed angrily, "This amount is very wrong. Why is there only 2.5 million US dollars? Where did the other 1.5 go?" Noticing that katana was still on his neck, Vladimir sullenly looked at Wesley. Wesley frowned slightly. The development of this matter was completely out of his control now. "I need to report this to my employer." Wade was too lazy to listen to the nonsense. He waved another katana and pointed it at Wesley, chattering endlessly. "For eyes, you should learn to be independent now that you're a grown-up. Now is the best opportunity to practice being independent for the first time. Transfer the money that is rightfully mine, and don't forget to transfer the tuition fees for helping you become independent." "I see." After a brief silence, Wesley transferred the remaining money. As he spoke, his eyes gradually turned cold. It is not so easy to take money from their gangsters. Looking at Vladimir's gloomy face, it was obvious that he did not intend to let Wade go. After he heard so many things here that should not have been heard, how could they let him be? However, the bounty that should have been paid still needs to get paid. After all, it is a bounty issued by them publicly. Swallowing the bounty would only affect their reputation. No one would be willing to cooperate with them in the future. "This is good, boy. Well, you are now his person." The mobile phone received another money transfer notification as Wade put away his katanas in satisfaction while letting go of the rope and pushed Derek over. Vladimir frowned. Wesley immediately sensed something was wrong. He stepped back a few steps and said in surprise, "Shoot them right now." However, Derek moved faster than them. Two pistols suddenly appeared in his lowered hands, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! The sound of the gunshots were not loud. All the gangsters and bodyguards in the house fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the holes on their foreheads, and the other remnants who were waiting outside the door rushed into the house when they heard the gunshots, but were wiped out by Wade. Within a few seconds, all the gangsters were wiped out. Only Vladimir and Wesley remained alive in the large room. Oh, Frank too. Within moments, the room was turned into a morgue full of corpses, the smell of blood permeating through the air. No gang members other than Wesley and Vladimir were left alive. Under the dim light, the bloodstains on the ground reflected a sharp scarlet light. Seeing that the people they brought were wiped out immediately, Vladimir and Wesley's complexions turned pale. When Wade killed several intruders, the two understood that they were together. It's not that they didn't think about this possibility at first, but when they saw that there were only two people on the other side, they relaxed their vigilance. They never thought that only two people could kill all of them in such a short period of time. "Dude, you are such a genius. You have earned us 4 million USD. This is much easier than when I ran around the world to make money." Wade pushed katana back into its sheath on his back and looked at the phone happily. He and Derek split the bounty 50-50. This huge sum of money is enough for Derek and Wade to be cool for a long time. Derek patted his head suddenly. They were sloppy. If I knew it would be so easy, I would have caught the Punisher together to claim the bounty. Then we could earn at least 1.5 million US dollars more each. What a bloody loss. Frank, by the way, untie him first. Derek seemed to have just remembered the existence of Frank and was about to untie him, only to find that there was still a lock on the iron chain binding him. Where's the key to the lock? On him. Frank glanced at Wesley. Derek nodded, walked over to Wesley, and started searching without taking any consent. Wesley's face got very ugly. He now knew that this Asian was not an ordinary mercenary. The strength shown by him was definitely beyond the scope of normal people. I think we can talk if you want to. Don't touch that. The keys are in the left pocket of my suit. If you didn't tell me, that was finished. Derek took out a key from his pocket and took out other things inside. Hey, what is this? This thing is known as my wallet. Don't talk nonsense. I found it first. Derek decisively stuffed the wallet into his trouser pocket. Wesley. At this moment, Vladimir beside him suddenly exploded. Taking advantage of the moment when Derek was not paying attention, Vladimir raised the revolver he had prepared and pulled the trigger several times at Wade in front of him. Wade fell to the ground with a loud sound. Immediately afterwards, Vladimir pointed his gun at Derek and roared with a cruel smile. Damn Asian, you are dead. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Derek smiled confidently. I counted it, and your bullets have been exhausted. I bet you have no bullets in your gun. Bang! Derek smiled at Vladimir, tilted his head, and slowly fell to the ground. Ha ha, you idiot. I still had a bullet in my gun. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Vladimir suddenly had a sense of accomplishment of winning against the wind and laughed wantonly. Slashing. All right, I had no problem editing names from Jaikin to Vladimir, but here, Vladimir was straight up given as Vladimilton. This situation was now completely reversed, and Wesley was both surprised and happy. But soon, these emotions all turned into fear, because he saw that the two corpses moved by themselves. Contrary to the terrified Wesley, Frank's expression was much better. He saw the man in tights, who had been shot several times, stand up again. Obviously, he had the same self-healing ability as Derek. What the hell? Is this kind of ability available wholesale? How can everyone come back from the dead? Frank saw Derek sit up abruptly, grabbed the gun in Vladimir's hand, pointed the muzzle at his newly healed forehead, and said viciously, I don't believe it. Come again, my maths ain't that bad. This time, I bet there are no bullets in your gun. Seeing the dead man suddenly revive, Vladimir's mind went blank, and he subconsciously pulled the trigger. Click, click, click. Derek smiled triumphantly, then raised his pistol and pointed it at Vladimir's head. It's your turn now. Guess if there is any bullet in my gun. Vladimir swallowed. Yes, I bet there are bullets. I don't think so. Bang. Looking at Vladimir's fallen body, Derek said angrily, Damn it. You won again. Ignoring Wesley, who was lying aside, Derek picked up the key and walked over to unlock the chain for Frank. Looking at Frank with a bruised nose and swollen face resembling a pig's head, Derek hesitated for a few seconds, took out his Walmart bag mask, and said thoughtfully, Take it. You need this. I'm afraid your face will be recognized by those criminals, and they will not be able to help but laugh when they see you in the future. After all, since Frank is a brutal and iron-blooded tough guy, which was very dependent on his image, walking around with a funny face would be bad. Frank looked down at the plastic bag with two small holes poked in it and a meat discount sticker on the back. Frank kept a straight face and didn't accept the plastic bag. He would rather wear this pig's face than wear this vile mask. If I walk around with that sticker on my back, I won't exactly be safe. Vladimir is now dead. Wesley's plans were completely disrupted. To make the matter worse, he had now fallen into the hands of the two weirdos. Wait, I think we can talk things out. Wesley couldn't help but say. He felt that if he waited any longer, it would be too late. He had to be in control of the situation. Derek's eyes lit up as he asked, You want to negotiate? If yes, you are very welcome to do so. I like negotiating a lot. So, how much is your life worth? Are you going to pay a few $100 million for it? Wesley choked suddenly. Hundreds of millions. Do you think I'm a Stark? However, seeing that Derek didn't shoot him. Wesley secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Derek's words made him at least see the possibility of negotiation. Wesley brewed his emotions and showed a characteristic smile. Actually, there's a very good relationship between us. I am the employer of that commission, and I hired you to disrupt the drug trade of the Russian Ross gang. You remember back then? You were the one? Derek looked at Wesley. I don't believe it. How can you prove it? Good Lord. A few minutes ago, Derek had to prove that he was Frank's assailant, and now it was Wesley's turn to prove that he was the one who put up the commission. Wesley said helplessly, the entrustment fee was $100,000 and the place and time of the transaction were provided. Okay, it really turned out to be you. I caught you. Derek's eyes widened as he said angrily, because of your fucking $100,000 I messed with so many people, and the leader of the Russian Ross gang was even after my life, you bitch. Do you know how scared I was all this time? Wesley glanced at Vladimir's cold body and thought, you killed him because you were afraid? If you're not satisfied with the remuneration, we can renegotiate. How much? Wesley tentatively said, I will pay you 3 times. Only that much. Punisher, this poor guy with no money will be handed over to you. Derek curled his lips in disdain. Now that he has $2 million, he puts his pride above money. Hearing Derek's words, Frank, who was covered in blood, picked up a gun on the ground, walked slowly to Wesley, and said in a cold voice like a demon crawling out of hell, anyone who is guilty shall be punished. 5 times. 5 times the pay. Oh. Derek suddenly held down the gun in Frank's hand and stopped his next move. If he didn't hold it down, Frank would have definitely shot down Wesley. Frank tried to raise the pistol again, but found that Derek used a bit too much force. He looked at Derek expressionlessly. Are you going to let him go? I'm not sure. It all depends on him. Derek looked at Wesley with a smile. 5 times the reward is still a bit low. Let's make it 10 times the reward and make it a good and lucky number, right? It rose 10 times directly, and Wesley wanted to cry without tears. I assent this too much. Frank, boy, kill him. Frank raised his pistol again, indifferently. Anyone who is... I agree. 10 times the reward. Oh. Frank took a deep breath. He decided not to say any lines next time. Just do it at once. Seeing that another $1 million came in, Wade almost drooled. Dude, I know you're the best person. There must be my share in it, right? Derek said indifferently. I think you know wrong things then. He is an unscrupulous employer who embezzled the employee's money. This is the remuneration I deserve. What does it have to do with you? Oh. Wade covered his cheeks exaggeratedly, as if he couldn't believe his teammate suddenly said such words. After a few seconds of delay, he pointed at Derek with trembling fingers. Hey, are you sure you want to take the money all by yourself? It's all mine, it's mine. Damn it, you forced me. Wade roared, then looked at Wesley. Transfer $1 million to me, and I will help you get rid of this money-seeking bastard. Plus, I'll make sure you are alive. Wesley blinked in confusion. Was there suddenly an internal strife? Frank glanced at Wade. He didn't let go of the finger holding the trigger. Once Wade made a move, he would immediately shoot and finish the opponent. You're going to betray me for this little money. Derek looked at Wade in disbelief. It was you who betrayed me first. Wade pulled out 2 katanas with a very firm attitude and asked Wesley, 4 eyes, tell me soon, you don't have much time. Seeing that Derek and Wade had a real dispute, Wesley was instantly ecstatic. This result couldn't be better. Only when the 2 fight with each other could he have a chance to escape. Wesley nodded without hesitation. Just when Wesley was expecting the 2 to fight, Derek suddenly pointed the gun at his head and said angrily, Okay, you guys are so bitchy that you would actually split our team? Let me tell you this once, 4 eyes, this time, without 15 times the remuneration, I will make sure you see the hell's entrance next. All right, I'll help you if I get 20 times of it. An extra 10-day security too. Okay, you know what if you give me? Wesley was taken aback and subconsciously looked at Wade, whom he had just temporarily hired until the next offer. He saw that Wade put away his katana, put his hands on the back of his head, and whistled, as if this whole situation had nothing to do with him. At the moment, Wesley understood that this was not an internal strife. It was their day out fishing money. These two bloody bastards. Wesley looked aggrieved. He had been forced to throw out his intention of controlling the situation long ago. Wesley observed that the two guys in front of him couldn't use their brains like normal people at all. He was able to talk and laugh when facing all other big gangs, but he was at a disadvantage when facing these two. Wesley took a deep breath and said, "Okay, but I need to contact my employer. This extra money is not within my range of rights, and I can't make this decision." Seeing that Wesley's eyes didn't seem to be lying, Derek waved his hand. "Oh, sure, but remember not to talk any other nonsense." Wesley silently took out a mobile phone from his suit and quickly dialed the number. He said a few words into the phone and only briefly explained the current situation. Under the gazes of two Immortals and the Punisher, he didn't try to be a smart shit and reveal some information about any of them. After getting a reply from his employer, Wesley handed the phone to Derek. "My employer wants to speak to you." Derek took the phone and greeted warmly. "Hello. You must be the famous Wilson Fisk, a.k.a. Willie." "Hello, Mr. Mercenary." A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's a pity that we talk in this way, but it seems that there are some unnecessary misunderstandings between us, but I think this is a good opportunity for us to start our relationship anew." Unexpectedly for Derek, the underworld boss did not have the rude tone that he had expected him to have. His tone was slow and calm, completely unhurried, as if he could do this all day. "Although I really want to cooperate with you and be friendly, but I'm in a hurry." Derek didn't intend to continue chatting with Kingpin and said bluntly, 20 times the reward. If you wire me the money, I will let him go. If you don't, it's pretty obvious, I believe. I'll pay you 50 times as much." Kingpin said calmly, "According to the previous procedures, now I can transfer $2 million to your account. And after Wesley arrives at a safe place, I can transfer another $3 million. As long as you let Wesley go, you could get a total of $5 million USD, and I will not count the previous bounties. What do you think of this deal?" F***K? Kingpin's sudden throwing of coins made Derek a little confused. Hearing that there was no sound from the phone, Gene continued, "You helped me get rid of Vladimir. I'm very grateful to you. This is the reward you deserve. As I said, there are only some differences between us, and I want to correct them." Derek looked at the corpses of bodyguards all over the floor, nodded and said, "Indeed. The actual conflict, the meaning of this sentence, is a bit ambiguous." Kingpin secretly wanted to silence Derek, but Derek secretly almost killed Wesley, his right-hand man. However, since this had not happened, there was indeed no real conflict between them. As for the bodyguards, the world is cruel. Compared to this, Kingpin is more interested in Derek. Although he does not know what happened for the time being, judging from the results of the two battles Derek had participated in, it was obvious that the mercenary he hired was not a human. Kingpin then said with great interest, "Besides, I very much hope to reach a long-term cooperative relationship with someone with an ability like yours. If you're willing to serve me, I will give you a hefty compensation." During the speech, Kingpin did not lose his show of sincerity and politeness. Putting away distracting thoughts, Derek said cheerfully, sugar to dash, "Oh no, Boss Kingpin, I've already felt your sincerity, but I'm not interested in being your subordinate. As for the remuneration you mentioned, I will reluctantly accept it." As Kingpin said, they just had some misunderstandings. Since Kingpin was so sincere and actively wanted to eliminate the misunderstanding, Derek was completely willing to accept it. "I'm not a superhero, so this world can burn for all I care." Hearing Derek's refusal, Kingpin didn't bother dragging the matter and said, "It's a pleasant cooperation, and I hope there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future." "Yes, sir." After finishing speaking, Derek hung up the phone. After a while, he received the transfer notice. Kingpin's wiring speed was pretty fast. Derek looked at Wesley. "Oi, Four Eyes, your boss has already paid the ransom. You can leave now." "My name is Wesley." "Okay, let's go Four Eyes Wesley." Wesley didn't dare to correct him and walked towards the iron gate. He didn't want to stay in this place for a second more. Looking at Wesley's back, Wade suddenly put forward his own idea. "Ayo, dude, why don't we follow this Four-Eye boy secretly, and when he leaves a certain distance, we put a sack on his back and tie him back so that we can get more money again?" "No, I am a man of my words." Derek refused righteously, and then said in a low voice, "Check it out first. Wait for Kingpin, and if he isn't here, we will find a way to tie him back, or maybe you know what? Let's just do it." "You are right." "Hey, asterisk 2. Wesley, who hadn't left the structure yet, felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that there were two sets of malicious eyes staring at him from behind. He quickened his pace and left the room in embarrassment, almost running. You shouldn't let Kingpin's right-hand man leave. Watching Wesley's figure leaving, Frank felt sad that he failed to shoot him. Frank turned his head to look at Derek and said with a blank expression, "He is not trustworthy. The people who work with him usually do not end well. This Russian Ross gang is enough to prove it." To improve his persuasiveness, Frank pointed to Vladimir's dead body. Derek scratched his hair and said, "But I was the one who killed this person. That doesn't seem to have anything to do with my ATM Willie." Frank was silent. He had totally forgotten about it. At this time, Wade suddenly said, "I heard it just now. There's going to be 5 more million USD coming in. With our 50-50 policy, we both get 2.5, I believe." Derek then said lightly, "There is no 2.5 shit. The 5 million USD belongs to me as my personal harvest." "No way, are you serious? This is my private commission reward. We agreed at the beginning that the reward of you catching me would be shared equally, not this one. Without my superb acting skills, that four-eyed bitch wouldn't have been fooled at all, and you would have no chance to get more money. You know, I obviously relied on my fluent eloquence to deceive him." Wade was so angry that his lips trembled, and he immediately pulled out his katanas once again. "Dude, you've gotten blind for money. Draw your gun. I shall fight you and teach you some lessons today." Derek drew out his 2 guns and said, "You freaking old man, you come here to cheat money out of me, an innocent 18-year-old? Moreover, you want to steal my hard-earned money." Seeing that the two were about to fight suddenly, Frank, who was exhausted physically and mentally, felt that their internal strife just now was not completely fake. In the streets, a few hundred meters away, Wesley looked behind with lingering fear and was relieved to find that the 2 zombies had not followed. 10 minutes later, a black Cadley slowly pulled up to the side of the road. When Wesley walked into the car, he saw Kingpin sitting in the back seat. His huge figure almost filled the entire car. He held a cane in his hand and rubbed the gem on the top of the cane unconsciously with his fingers. After seeing Wesley coming, he asked calmly, "Tell me, what's going on?" It was the Asian man. He found a person to help him and then attacked us, pretending to be caught. His marksmanship was inhuman. Before I had time to see everything clearly, he killed everyone, and... Speaking of this, Wesley's face looked very bad. He and that companion seemed to have some kind of special ability. Even if they were shot in the head, they didn't die, and their wounds took only a few seconds to fully heal. A high-speed, self-healing ability? There was a trace of surprise on Kingpin's face. This kind of ability was not something that normal people could possess, and here, Wesley encountered 2 of them. Soon, he remembered about mutants. Those people with all kinds of strange abilities. For Kingpin, information and knowledge about the mutants was not uncommon. He had also seen many mutants with strange abilities, but he had not yet seen any mutant that couldn't be killed even if they were shot in the head. Kingpin pondered for a while, and then ordered, "Try to block the news of Vladimir's death, and before Mrs. Gao reacts, send someone to take over Vladimir's remaining territory." As for the mercenary, all previous arrangements for him have been temporarily forgotten about. Now that Vladimir is dead, send someone to pay attention to news in the area around. Perhaps the mercenary will be a good partner. "Yes, sir." Free from Derek's oppression, Wesley finally regained his composure and confidence as Kingpin's right-hand man. Looking at Hell's Kitchen outside the window, Kingpin looked calm. "This place is sick. The virus has penetrated the grounds completely, and this disease is incurable. It has to be completely destroyed in order to gain new hope." After a heated discussion, Derek offered to give up 20% of his extra money. Wade finally left a little satisfied, and he was going home to find Vanessa after work. Derek and Frank also left that was covered in scarlet luster under the street lamp. Derek felt that Frank was a bit pervasive. Well, Don't you feel uncomfortable with so much blood on you? I'm not uncomfortable. Frank's face was straight. As an executioner with blood on his hands, he didn't care about it being on his hands either. Derek struggled and said, but I feel uncomfortable watching it. Why don't I get some clothes for you? Where'd you get clothes from? I didn't see you bring anything extra. Frank frowned. It's easy, follow me. Derek smiled confidently and then turned into an alley. Frank hesitated for a while and then followed him in. Soon, they saw a few unscrupulous punks appearing in the alley. The other party seemed to have also noticed their figures, but due to the rainy weather, they didn't notice Frank's horrible bloodstains. They only saw two people walking in. Smiling maliciously, they swayed their bodies and walked over and took out a very sharp knife in their hands. However, before they got close, Derek skillfully raised his pistol and pointed it at the mob gangsters who randomly spawned from the alley. I'm announcing good news. You have been robbed. Stand obediently in a row and let our fine mate choose the best clothes. As he said that, Derek suddenly turned his head to look at Frank. By the way, do you need to change your underwear? Frank, the mobs. According to the statistics from a survey conducted by a lawyer who does not want to disclose their name, in Hell's Kitchen, a criminal activity occurs every 10 seconds. Here, crime has become the norm. This kind of high crime rate is out of the world. The reason for all this is because of the rampant local gangs. Almost all criminals in Hell's Kitchen are members of some small gangs, and 90% of criminal activities are related to gangsters, especially the gang wars, which has always occupied the largest casualty rate in Hell's Kitchen. With the passage of time, not only has the crime rate in Hell's Kitchen not been resolved, but new criminals have emerged one after another, making the residents of Hell's Kitchen miserable. Ever since then, a street hero came up. Matt Murdock, who did not want to reveal his real name, was standing on the roof of a low building, listening to the sound around him. In the daylight, he is an eloquent lawyer. E/N. From daylight, I remember dying light anyone playing it here. In the darkness of night, he would become Daredevil and fight crime on the streets of Hell's Kitchen. He can also be called the master of time management. Different from the suit and leather shoes during the day, at the moment, Matt was wearing dark red leather tights. The hood with two small horns completely covered the eyes. No one could see the exhausted face under the mask. Yesterday, he and Fudge's office received a new case, and they needed to run around during the day to collect information. Recently, Hell's Kitchen had been very chaotic, especially the Russian Ross gang. They seem to have become extremely active for some reason. In line with the idea of preventing crimes from happening, Matt has been searching for intelligence about the Russian Ross gang for several days, leaving him with almost no time to rest. Even with his physical fitness that was far beyond ordinary people, Matt began to feel a little overwhelmed. As usual, Matt stood in the most active area of the Ross gang, using his radar-like perception ability to hear all the sound around him and filter out useful information. At this moment, Matt suddenly heard some voices coming from the alley 2 streets away. It sounded like a passerby was being robbed. Matt didn't hesitate and immediately leapt from the roof and jumped down into the alley. What do you think of this t-shirt? Green looks very eco-friendly. This one is also good. The tight tank top can fully show your muscles. Look at this one again. It has a Peppa Pig pattern on it. It looks quite similar to your current face. At this moment, the atmosphere in the alley was extremely strange. A few gangsters stood in a row with their backs against the wall, posing in various weird poses under the streetlights, showing themselves like a model. And Derek was like a salesperson introducing different clothes on the models and giving customers his own valuable suggestions with his own aesthetic vision. As a customer, Frank put on a cold look. Obviously, as a rational consumer, it was not easy to get money out of his pocket. For a moment, Matt wondered if there was something wrong with his sensory ability. The scene in front of him seemed to be somewhat different from what he had imagined. Who is there? Come out. Sensing the movement behind him, the indifferent customer Frank suddenly turned his head to look at Matt's position. Hearing this, several pairs of eyes instantly looked at Matt. To be honest, even when facing a group of criminals back then, Matt was not in such a complicated mood as he is now. He right now felt like he was disturbing someone's business sale. But soon, Matt smelled a strong smell of blood emanating from Derek and Frank. He was 100% sure that it was the smell of human blood. Especially Frank, Matt could smell an extremely strong smell of blood coming from his body. The bloody smell was so pungent that Matt almost suffocated. At least a dozen people have to be killed to have such a bad smell of blood. Matt's heart sank, and he immediately marked the two people in front of him as dangerous people. He took out a short metal stick from his waist, walked forward slowly, and asked in a low voice, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Frank. How should he answer this question? Could he say that he was tricked by Derek to rob the gangsters of their clothes? It's him, the red demon that roams the night. As a native of Hell's Kitchen, the punks immediately recognized Matt. One gangster even cried out to him, "Help us, oh hero. We were robbed by them." This Asian guy not only threatened us with a gun, but also wanted to take our clothes, and in he asked us to pose in strange poses. Before he finished speaking, the gangster was kicked to the ground by Derek's future generation destroying kick. The rest of the gangsters immediately shut up for fear that they would end up the same. Matt didn't try to stop them. He could smell a slight hint of drugs on the gangsters, which was very consistent with the smell in this alley. It was obvious that they were doing some illegal things before this situation. Sensing the gun in Derek's hand, Matt frowned slightly. He faced Derek and asked again, "Tell me, who are you guys and why are you here?" "We're just passing by." Derek raised his hands. He recognized the daredevil in front of him. To be precise, the identity of Lawyer Matt. The voice of this person sounded familiar to Matt, but the change in their heartbeat frequency quickly interrupted his thoughts. According to the sound of the heartbeat, Matt knew that the other party was lying, and he shook his head. "No, you definitely didn't happen to pass by simply. You must have other objectives." In this regard, Derek's attitude was very firm. "I'm a very honest person. I never lie. We really were just passing by." If anyone pays attention to Derek's eyes at this time, they will find that his pupils were now changing size constantly. His heartbeat soared up to 400. Boom, boom, boom. The heart rate keeps changing, eventually forming a cheerful rhythm once again. Matt's face changed for a moment. In the end, he covered his heart with a pale face, gritted his teeth, and said, "This time it's ode to joy. So it's you." He was not sure about it the first time, but now Matt confirmed that Derek could freely control his heart rate. Other than that, it was difficult to explain why his heartbeat had a musical symphony. Even if Beethoven himself was resurrected, at least his heartbeat would not beat to the ode to joy and the symphony of destiny. Thinking along this line of thought, the reason why Derek controlled his heartbeat twice was very clear to Matt. Derek was obviously targeting Matt's abilities on purpose. In other words, Derek had long known that Matt has super hearing and is able to hear heartbeats, so every time he would try to listen to Derek's heartbeat, he would control it and play different rhythms. But the question is, when was I exposed? Matt's face was a little ugly. He and Derek had only met once, but Derek seemed to know everything about him, even about his identity as Daredevil. Matt has never revealed that he is Daredevil to anyone, not even to Fudge. "Leave this place." Matt yelled at the punks. He didn't want them to hear the rest of their conversation. Seeing that the Red Demon helped them block the two big villains, the gangsters immediately felt relieved and nodded their heads to thank Matt. They then tried to pick their comrade, lying on the ground, but were interrupted by Derek. "Leave his clothes here," Derek said lightly. Hearing his words, the gangsters trembled instinctively. Being loyal but also wanting to live, they took off the clothes and pants of their good friend without saying a word, even the underwear in case Frank wished to change. Throwing the clothes at Frank's feet, they dragged their fiend and ran away. Looking at the yellowed briefs, Frank didn't say a word. After the gangsters left, the atmosphere in the alley tensed. Seeing Matt, who was suddenly silent, Derek smiled and broke the silence first. "What's wrong, Lawyer Matt? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" After a moment of silence, Matt asked, "How do you know my identity?" "It's a long story. Once long ago, I saw a blind man walking into an alley with a cane. As a good young man living in the 21st century, I definitely wanted to go over to see if he needed help. In the end, can you guess what I saw?" Matt didn't speak. He had already guessed that the blind man the other party was talking about was himself. Derek narrated vividly in a tone of feigning amazement. I saw this blind man run suddenly. He ran faster than me, with both eyes open, and then he put away his crutches and jumped straight. When he got up, he jumped several meters high, and oh, by the way, he did a split with his legs in the air. He twisted his hips a few times at random, and then climbed over a high wall. Finally, he pushed himself up with the help of his buttocks. He easily reached the roof. Hearing Derek's description, Matt knew that he was probably witnessed by the other party when he ran to fight criminals without having time to change his clothes. This explains how Derek knew about him. It's only that even though I can't see, I'm very sure I never did a split in the air. Out of prudent considerations, Matt did not straight up believe Derek's words, but switched back to his usual method of listening to the heartbeat of the other party to judge if he was lying. All right, this time it's Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Matt was silent for a few seconds, decisively blocking his perception ability. Abandoning the plan to judge lies, Matt said in a deep voice, "Then how do you know about my abilities? It's so fresh. A blind person could swiftly climb over walls. Anyone can tell from this that he isn't normal." As for the hearing part, it was just a guess. Derek jumped up and down while talking. Matt frowned, moving his head from side to side, following Derek's movements. "What are you doing?" "No way. Can you really hear me so clearly even from the distance between us?" Derek looked at Matt in disbelief. In some ways, Matt's perception ability was stronger than bullet time. After all, bullet time requires the use of eyes to observe, while Matt's perception ability did not need his eyes at all. He was like a radar, always working. Matt was a little speechless and said in a serious tone, "You are right. My hearing is indeed better than ordinary people, and I can sense all your movements. So I advise you not to. Please put down your middle finger." I said I can sense it. Derek put away his finger in embarrassment. "It's nothing. I was just curious." Matt didn't dwell for long on the subject of Derek's middle finger and took a step forward. "I remember that you said you live in Brooklyn the other day. You shouldn't be in West Midtown at this time. I hope you can tell me the truth. What is your purpose for coming here tonight?" Derek spread his hands, grabbed 2 pistols, and said sincerely, "We didn't do anything. We were really just passing by. If you don't believe me, you can listen to my heartbeat and check if I am lying." Matt, as an intelligent being, didn't believe Derek and want to check his heartbeat. But he didn't eavesdrop on it, afraid that he would listen to all of Beethoven's classics in one night. "Then tell me, what's the matter with the bloody smell on your body? What did you do before appearing here?" "Sorry, but that is a personal matter. No comments." Derek didn't bother to make up lies. His face looked like he wouldn't tell the truth, even if he was killed. Although Matt couldn't see his expression, he could clearly feel Derek's attitude of refusal. Matt shook the short stick in his hand tightly and said in a low voice, "Mr. Derek, please don't force me." Derek clasped his arms around his chest and shook his legs. "I advise you to take care of yourself. Right now, it is 2v1. Matt's tone was a little helpless as he said, "Your companion left long ago." "Are you kidding me? You're trying to trick me into turning my head around, and then you'll sneak up on me. This low-level trick has long been outdated, right, Frank?" However, Derek received no response to his words. Frank." Derek suddenly had a bad feeling. He turned his neck stiffly, and, as Matt said, there was no sign of Frank being behind him. Only a pair of yellowed briefs remained in his place. The top and trousers were all missing. At this time, Matt explained from the side, while we were talking, the man had already left with his dirty clothes on. While observing Derek, Matt also did not ignore Frank. Fortunately, Frank did not have the freedom to control the frequency of his heart like Derek. Therefore, Matt could clearly hear Frank's heart rate. Combined with the information obtained from his other sensory abilities, Matt was very sure that Frank was also a very good fighter. Although Matt could sense that Frank was injured from his way of breathing, he still wasn't sure of victory. With Derek against him, he really didn't have enough confidence to beat 2 people at once. But since Frank chose to leave, Matt gained an advantage. In Matt's view, as long as Derek is left behind, he can get the information he wants from him. After scanning the alley several times and confirming that Frank really left, Derek was shocked. "No way. What about America's best soldier? How can a tough guy leave his teammates? and sneak away. Other than fighting, the most important thing for Derek was that he wanted to see Frank in the piggy suit and, if possible, take a few photos as souvenirs. Derek couldn't accept this fact for a while. To be honest, the character of Frank in Derek's heart had taken a dive. He was a tough guy who could wipe out entire gangs with a pistol some time ago. It has just been a few days since I last saw him, and now he suddenly learns to sell his teammates. Derek analyzed it carefully and finally came up with the most reasonable answer. He was very certainly influenced by Wade. Frank touched Wade tonight, so even Frank, the tough and good guy, became abnormal. Other than that, there was no explanation for Frank's sudden change. As the only normal person around Wade, Derek felt that the pressure on his shoulders was much greater now. Feeling the gaze behind him, Derek turned his head to look at Matt, showing an awkward yet polite smile. "Well, I think we can sit down and discuss everything slowly." Matt didn't respond. He didn't want to listen to such perfunctory words. He wanted to figure out the identities of Derek and Frank and what they really did. The current Hell's Kitchen couldn't stand any new kind of trouble. If they were allowed to behave as they want in the area, it would be troublesome for the entire Hell's Kitchen. Seeing Matt's attitude so resolute, Derek sighed. "Well, since you want to know about the sexy me so much, I'll tell you." Just when Matt thought Derek was about to tell the truth, Derek suddenly pointed behind him and yelled, "Look, there's a UFO." Matt didn't turn his head. After all, he couldn't see the flying saucer in the dark night. He/in can't see during the day either. Derek didn't care whether he believed it or not, but after shouting this sentence, he turned around and ran away. Matt sighed lightly, and a short stick in his hand was released instantly and hit Derek's back with a whoosh. Boom! Accompanied by a gunshot, a bullet accurately shot down the short stick, flying towards Derek. Matt was startled when he heard the voice. Within the scope of his abilities, he could clearly perceive that Derek fired this shot while running, and it was not easy to shoot with such accuracy while running. Without hesitation, Matt picked up the short stick on the ground and ran after Derek. Whoosh! A faint sound of air getting torn could be heard as the running Derek looked behind and saw the short stick flying towards him. While his pupils were zooming in, Derek stretched out his arm and firmly grasped the short stick. However, unexpectedly, an iron chain was connected to the end of the short stick, and a strong force instantly pulled the iron chain, forcibly stopping Derek's jog, and at the same time, retrieved the short stick from Derek's hand. In the darkness, a red demon with pointed ears stood on the rooftop. If it wasn't for the completely different color and shape, Derek would have thought that he had traveled to Gotham City and met the rich hero, Batman. Derek looked up at Matt and tried to persuade him, "Lawyer Murdoch, I think it's getting late, so you should go home and sleep quickly. You have to get up early tomorrow. As a worker, have you earned enough money for this month's living expenses?" This is the downside of identity exposure. The image of a superhero, which is full of a mysterious charm, suddenly turned into a poor worker who struggled for a living. Matt couldn't help feeling sad when he thought that he would really have to get up early tomorrow morning to sort out a case with Fudge. Derek's words went unanswered. Accompanied by the sound of the iron chain, the red figure fell from a height and the riotous figure rushed towards Derek. His speed was so fast that ordinary people might not be able to even notice him at all. But Derek had already humped into the bullet time and had a panoramic view of Matt's movements. The moment Matt jumped down, Derek raised his right arm and smashed Matt's cheek with the butt of his pistol. Boom! The butt of the gun was blocked by Matt's arm, and then with a sudden force from his lower body, he hit Derek's shoulder sideways with a whip kick, throwing Derek into the wall with a huge amount of force. Derek snorted, his back felt a little numb. Not paying attention to the pain, Derek saw Matt throwing the short stick at him again. Derek immediately raised his guns, fired at the short stick to change its direction of movement, and at the same time, several bullets led their way towards Matt. Bang! Bang! Matt perceived Derek's movements in advance. His speed was not as fast as the bullets, but he was able to judge the trajectory of all the bullets based on the muzzle of the gun and moved quickly to avoid the incoming bullets. At the same time, approaching Derek at extremely fast speed were a set of quick punches. This skill, at the moment Matt, gave Derek the feeling that although his strength was far inferior to that of Angela, his fighting skills were much better than that of Angela. He could use all kinds of moves, and his movements were extremely swift, leaving no chance for Derek to react at all. Every attack was forcing Derek to dodge, making it difficult for Derek to escape Matt's attack range. Derek could only avoid Matt's attacks like a storm by maintaining the bullet time. The most troublesome thing was that Matt's perception ability could easily sense Derek's movements. Whenever he raises his pistol, Matt would focus on attacking his arms and try to make him throw down the pistol in his hand. Derek got a little tired of dodging and said viciously, "You freaking forced me to do this." Hearing his words, Matt immediately became alert. In his opinion, Derek's identity was still quite mysterious, and it is very likely that he is hiding some kind of technique he does not know. Jingle. A cylindrical object suddenly fell from Derek's body, making a slight jingling sound. A smoke bomb. Matt had a guess in an instant, but he didn't take it seriously. Smoke bombs can seriously affect the enemy's line of sight, but for him, the effect of smoke bombs was zero. Wait, what's with the smell? Matt suddenly noticed something strange. He could smell something wrong with the smoke. It seems like, shit, it's a stink bomb. Matt didn't even have time to hold his breath, and his super sense of smell became a burden at this time as an unpleasant smell lingered at his nose. But the smell is not the only problem. Matt was more worried about the effect of the stink bomb. High-efficiency anesthetics or hypnotic agents are usually added to stink bombs to make people lose their ability to move or lose consciousness. Matt was not sure whether the smell he just inhaled would cause any negative effects. Matt immediately tried to balance himself to prevent himself from falling suddenly. However, after a few seconds, he found that his body still hadn't experienced any change. In the air, there was only the horrible stench that had not yet dissipated, but nothing else. Just when Matt was puzzled, Derek smiled triumphantly and asked with a grin, "Lawyer Murdoch, this is a delicacy from a place I once visited. If I'm not wrong, it is called stinky tofu, and this is a stinky tofu-smelling bomb. It smells like this, but when eaten with some sauces and toppings, it's good. How do you feel about it?" The corner of Matt's mouth twitched. Are you sure that edible food smells like this? Knowing that it wasn't a stink bomb, Matt's tense nerves instantly relaxed, resisting the extremely stinky smell. The tide of attacks that had stopped started flowing again. Derek dodged hastily a few times and said angrily, "Hey, review. Jingle." Another smoke bomb fell from Derek's body, expelling thick smoke out of it. Matt thought it was another stinky tofu-flavored smoke bomb this time. But contrary to it, an extremely strong, pungent smell suddenly entered his nose. Derek did not forget to introduce triumphantly, "This is a specialty of a place I visited too, a smoke bomb with a little bit of curry. It's good, but when cooking it, the smell often makes people intolerant to spices uncomfortable." Reviews. What kind of places do you even visit? Matt felt a little sick in his stomach. Two different smells came together and brewed a new smell through his sense of smell. But it was not over yet. A few more jingling sounds came, and several completely different but stinky smells poured into Matt's poor nasal cavity like tide. It's durian, curry, hot and sour powder, canned herring. Following Derek's familiar introduction, Matt finally couldn't bear it anymore and immediately ran to the corner and opened his mouth. A yellow river flowed out from his mouth as he vomited out all the contents of his stomach. At this moment, the devout Catholic believer seemed to see his God. Sun Tzu once said that one should write all the money made by them in a small notebook. Derek agrees with this saying very much. In just one night, he earned a total of $6 million after giving Wade some pocket money. It was a number Derek had never thought of before. After receiving the final payment of $3 million from Kingpin, Derek immediately found Weasel and bought a large number of firearms and ammunition. When Weasel saw the long list, he was speechless. After Derek repeatedly assured Weasel that he was not planning to attack the White House, Weasel reluctantly accepted this huge order. Due to the large quantity, Weasel could not deliver all the goods in a short period of time, so Derek could only choose to collect them in batches. The earliest batch of goods only took a few days, and the latest batch took several weeks to arrive. And in the process, Derek discovered a very big problem. He doesn't have enough space to store these things in. Although there is still some space in the apartment that could be used, Derek does not want to make the place where he lives so dirty. Besides, if there were so many firearms and ammunition at his home, it would be dangerous. Ever since then, Derek had the intention of changing places. At the beginning, he wanted to rent Weasel's safe house because it was cheap, and also, Derek wanted to avoid Francis. Now that he has solved both problems and still has a huge sum of money in his pockets, he can use it as he wants. On the fourth day after receiving the final payment, Derek came to Queens, right next to Brooklyn. Arriving at the designated location, Derek saw a low-rise house that was much larger than the Weasel's apartment with a sign for sale on it. Derek contacted the owner of the house from the phone number on the board and explained his purpose of coming. When he heard that Derek was here to buy a house, the other party readily agreed to his request for viewing the house and came over quickly. The homeowner was a bald, middle-aged white man. "Sir, I promise that my house will not disappoint you. Please come inside with me." The bald man greeted Derek warmly and then took him into the house for a tour and at the same time introduced various advantages of his house to Derek. I have to say that the interior design of the house is really good. This bald man has a good vision. Most of the furniture in the house is brand new. According to the bald man's explanation, the house was originally renovated for him and his wife to live in together, but he soon found out that his wife was having an affair outside. She then divorced him in a fit of anger after he found her cheating on him. But, contrary to what she had expected from the divorce case, the alimony of 50% of the man's assets, due to her cheating on him, she was the one who had to pay him. This also explained the happy smile on the man's face. He not only was able to keep his money, but also got extra money from her. After looking around for a while, Derek was quite satisfied with the house, especially the warehouse in the basement and the garage connected to the house. The warehouse in the basement could store the pile of firearms and ammunition, and the garage could be transformed into his workshop to transform firearms and ammunition in the future. Frankly speaking, I like this house very much, but the price is a little too high. Derek tried to bargain. $875,000. The price is already very low. No one has lived in this house since it was renovated. You can see that the furniture is brand new. No one has touched it at all. The bald man immediately argued. "You're right, but I don't have that much money. So is there a discount?" The bald man kept a smile on his face. "I'm sorry, I've lost a lot of money already. How about this? I'll give you all the furniture too, and you won't need to buy any new furniture." Derek was unmoved. "If you give me a better number, I can consider paying in lump sum. If you're willing to pay in lump sum, I can give you a good one. How about $870,000? Now let's make it a change. $800,000. The bald man's smile froze. For this price, the bald man obviously couldn't accept it. After some intense discussions, the two finally reached a consensus. Derek would pay $850,000 in lump sum, and the bald man not only has to give Derek all the furniture in the house, but also has to bear the transaction tax for both parties. However, Derek did not sign the contract immediately, and out of caution, he found a professional lawyer to look at the contract. As for professional lawyers, needless to say, the best ones are definitely Matt and Fudge. West Midtown. Fudge walked into a room and smiled at Derek. "Mr. Derek, we meet again. I am very happy to be of service to you." Seeing that Matt did not appear, Derek couldn't help asking curiously, "Isn't Lawyer Murdoch here?" "Lawyer Murdoch?" Fudge was taken aback and then realized, "Oh, you're talking about Matt? He seems to be a little unwell these days and has no appetite for anything, so he's been resting at home these days. But please rest assured, I am confident about my abilities too." Hearing Matt's situation, Derek raised his eyebrows. He hasn't recovered even after so many days? Derek felt a little regretful that he didn't see Matt's tragedy with his own eyes and nodded to Fudge. "Then I will leave this case." "Yes, thank you." Fudge accepted the contract and instantly entered the state of a lawyer. It is convenient to have a professional lawyer. Derek does not need to read the contract by himself. Fudge will explain the terms of the contract one by one to help him quickly understand the responsibilities and obligations implied by the contract, including the legal consequences of violation. After confirming that it was correct, Derek finally signed the contract and finally had a home that truly belonged to him. In order to express his gratitude, Derek invited Fudge to eat at a nearby restaurant. Although Derek felt that the taste was not very good, Fudge enjoyed the meal. Before leaving, Derek specially packed a portion of stinky tofu, curry, and bean juice for Fudge to take back. These are Lawyer Murdoch's favorite delicacies. You can take it home and give him a taste of it. Since when did he like to eat these kind of things? Fudge frowned and looked at the dishes. If he hadn't seen the waiter take it out of the kitchen with his own eyes, he would have wondered if it was taken out from somewhere else. Derek said cheerfully, "He told me secretly. I guarantee that his appetite will recover after smelling them. Then I thank you on Matt's behalf." "You're welcome." By the next day, Derek settled the matter of his new house. Externally, he claimed that he was relocating in order to alter the view that greeted him every morning. But in reality, his primary motive was to address the accumulation of guns, ammunition, and other hazardous materials in his apartment. For Derek, it was a headache to move so many things, and if the police were somehow notified about his things, he would be in big trouble. Fortunately, Weasel had a way. Derek called in a reliable professional team, and it took only half a day to smoothly move everything to his new house, including the motorcycle that was brought from France's house. Around the same time, Derek's first weapon shipment arrived. Among them was Derek's long-awaited sniper rifle, which is the legendary Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle. The performance of this famous sniper rifle needed no further explanation. For Derek, who has a super high school-level sharpshooter title, when this sniper rifle with a range of 2,500 meters fell into his hands, it was like a dream. However, Derek felt that its power was not enough. If the opponent was hiding inside the building, surrounded by thick walls, even Barrett might not be able to do anything to him. So the best solution is to blow up the entire building with the enemies still inside it. Easy shit. Derek picked up the Barrett and carried it into the garage to make some nice changes to it. In the morning the next day, Derek opened his eyes and found that he had fallen asleep in the garage. Derek picked up the phone to check the time. It was around 7 o'clock in the morning. Looking at the half-finished Barrett on the work table, Derek couldn't help sighing. "I have to say, this thing is much more fun than video games. No wonder Tony Stark is so obsessed with his armors." Speaking of this, Derek suddenly remembered his achievement task and felt a little melancholy. So far, he has no idea on building any high-tech battlesuit, while Tony has already upgraded his suits by several versions. If this continues, by the time Derek gets an idea, he might need to face the Hulkbuster. Derek looked at the unlocking conditions again. Defeat Tony Stark's battlesuit with a high-tech battlesuit made by yourself, 0 to 1. A high-tech battlesuit built by yourself? Derek pondered for a while before saying, "Wait, it didn't say that I need to invent a new high-tech battlesuit, but I just need to make one myself. Meaning as long as a high-tech battlesuit is made by me, it's good." If this is the case, the difficulty would be reduced by a lot. But here comes a problem again. Even if he wants to build a high-tech battlesuit by himself, he must be assisted by a very professional technician. It's similar to playing with Lego blocks when as a child. If one wants to assemble a specific structure, you must at least have an instruction manual for the steps. Else, with so many different parts and different shapes possible, you might end up with 4 different structures at the end. However, where could Derek find such a person who knows how to make a high-tech battlesuit? And most importantly, the high-tech battlesuit made by him must have the ability to defeat Tony Stark's suit. Derek recalled carefully, in addition to Tony Stark's steel battlesuit, he does know several other super powerful high-tech battlesuits, such as Ant-Man's battlesuit that can freely expand and contract the body size, Black Panther's suit, which was made by vibranium. And finally, there's also Ivan Vanko, who can also make excellent battlesuits. It's just that the people who made them are either out of reach or have weird personalities and are hard to get in touch with. Forget it. I will find an opportunity to steal their blueprints and then find someone willing to assist me in making the battlesuit. Yeah, that's it. Fuck, I'm a genius. Shit. With a new plan in mind, Derek walked out of the house, intending to go out and find a place to have breakfast. As soon as he went out, Derek suddenly heard a sound of quarreling from the house opposite to his. There was a dispute between a white woman and a black young man. A young boy stood curled behind the woman, frightened from the small dispute. The two held onto the courier box tightly and refused to let go. Derek walked over without thinking too much about it. This is obviously for me. Look at the name on it. Damn it, this is mine. I told you to let it go. Do you hear me? The young boy noticed Derek's arrival, and the look in his eyes became more and more anxious. The movements of the man's hands became more insipid. He grabbed the express box and shook it violently a few times. The woman's strength was no match for the man, and she was thrown to the ground by this force. Aunt May! The little boy sobbed softly, grabbing the woman with his little hands and trying to lift her up. Even after seeing this scene, Derek still wasn't able to completely understand what just happened. Derek didn't know much about it at first and thought that stealing couriers was a tradition in America. Delivery personnel often leave packages at customers' doorsteps, which can attract thieves who seize the opportunity to steal them. These individuals are commonly referred to as porch pirates. Among all forms of crime, being a porch pirate could be said to be easy and comfortable. Being a porch pirate, people could easily make some quick money and they won't be charged for something major like burglary either. The man in front of Derek was clearly a porch pirate. However, his luck seemed to be bad. He was caught by the homeowner while stealing the courier. And the man was obviously an idiot or a passionate young man who has just debuted in this field. It's fine if he was caught, but he still wanted to steal the courier. His IQ is non-existent. The woman fell to the ground. The man quickly grabbed the box and was about to run, but found Derek standing right in front of him. The man immediately took out a knife and waved it wildly while yelling, "Get out of my way, you Asian bitch!" Good Lord, he just evolved to robbery by using a knife. Is this guy in a rush to pick some soap in the prison? Bam! Derek didn't bother to talk with the monkey and used his next-generation destroying kick on him. As he gazed at the young man whose eyes were gradually glazing over, Derek let out a helpless sigh, feeling as though he too was slowly succumbing to the same path as Thanos. At the same time, the beautiful woman rose to her feet, pulled the little boy along with her, and expressed her gratitude to Derek, repeatedly thanking him for his help in putting a stop to the culprit. "Thank you so much for helping me stop him." "Haha, don't worry, it's nothing." After observing Derek's youthful appearance and witnessing his assistance just moments ago, the woman formed a highly favorable impression of him. With a warm smile, she then introduced herself. "You must be the new resident who moved in a few days ago. My name is May Parker, and I happen to be the owner of this house. It seems that we'll be neighbors from now on." As she spoke, she pushed the little curly-haired boy to the front. "This is my nephew, Peter Parker." Peter sniffed and whispered to Derek, My name is Peter. Thank you for saving my Aunt May." "Haha, such a cute little kid and such a hot aunt." "Peter is wait a second, Peter Parker?" Derek's smile suddenly disappeared as he remembered Peter Parker. Glancing at this woman named May, Derek suddenly realized he assumed right. At present, Peter appears to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, a far cry from the Spider-Man that Derek remembers him as. He is one of the best people with that techie brain in this entire universe. He should be able to make a high-tech battle suit, right? Derek narrowed his eyes slightly, bent down on a knee, and said cheerfully, "Peter, I think you have great potential and can become a superhero in the future. You have to work hard. Your aunt will need your protection in the future." Upon hearing the boy who had just vanquished the villains utter these words to himself, Peter excitedly sniffled and asked, "Can I become a superhero?" "Definitely yes, as long as you study hard. You can become one. Study more?" "Absolutely. By reading and studying, you can acquire knowledge, and knowledge is the source of power." Derek was like a deceptive demon teaching Peter. Knowledge can make people smarter. After we acquire knowledge, we only need to think about how to solve any problem. With your skill of knowledge, you can do anything. Peter was confused and asked, "What can you do by using your skill of knowledge?" May smiled and did not interrupt Derek's nonsense ranting. In her view, Derek's words were disguised as those of a superhero, with the intention of motivating Peter to strive for academic excellence and continuous self-improvement. She admired him for his kindness and genuine concern for others. For example, Through the knowledge you gain, you can create a battle suit that can help you travel to the universe, and you can put lasers and weapons on it, so that you can become a superhero with the ability to fight. After that, the bad guys like that won't trouble you anymore. Derek pointed to the man lying on the ground as an example. Peter swallowed, imagining himself as a superhero, wearing a battle suit and defeating all bad guys. Immediately afterwards, he couldn't wait to ask, but what should I do to create a powerful battle suit? Oh, don't worry about that part. I have a blueprint of superhero battle suit here with me. Derek blushed slightly, but continued to speak passionately. However, before we can create such an incredible suit, we need to lay a solid foundation of knowledge. Without it, you won't even be able to understand the blueprint, let alone manufacture the battle suit. Blueprint? No, that's not the point. Have you heard of the genius man, Tony Stark? Yeah, I have heard about him. He could make circuit boards at the age of 4, an engine at the age of 6, and graduated with the highest grades from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. He's a genius. He could do all these things, thanks to his smart brain and large knowledge reserves. Derek looked at Peter and said with an encouraging tone, "In my opinion, you already have a smart brain, so now you just need to gain more knowledge. Who knows, you might just be better than Tony Stark in the future." Peter then asked anxiously, "Then what should I do right now?" Derek showed a sincere smile. "You are still young, so we don't need to be too anxious or spend sleepless nights. Let's start with solving some question books for kids your age." Aunt May, why does she feel that Derek is really trying to make Peter a superhero? I'm going to solve questions. I will make a superhero battle suit. I'm going to be a superhero. Peter, who was only 7 years old, shouted in high spirits and raised his arms while Derek played along with him. "Peter, you can take your time to become a superhero, but you have a more important task now, which is going to school quickly." "I see, Aunt May." May didn't attempt to dissuade Peter from his ambitious aspirations, recognizing them as the imaginative fantasies of a child. She felt that if Peter was genuinely interested in learning and growing, she should encourage his motivation rather than dampen it. May turned to look at Derek that. She remembered that she did not know the name of her new kind neighbor. "My name is Derek." Derek laughed. "All right, Derek it is. There is something I need your help with." May pointed to the young man lying on the ground and said, "I called the police, but it will take them a few more minutes to arrive. I'm worried that by that time, he might do something crazy." "Ah, it's understandable. I'll give him a few more kicks and make sure he won't get up before the police arrive." Hearing Derek's words, the face of the young man, pretending to be dead, turned black. He felt that if Derek kicked him in the same place anymore, not only him, even something else might not be able to get up for his whole life. May was also taken aback and quickly waved her hands and said, No, you misunderstood. I mean, can you stay here for a while and wait until the police come?" Derek was a little disappointed. "Well, it's fine, but don't you really think my suggestion is good? I think this guy is quite dangerous, and when he becomes a good quality criminal, robbery with a knife would evolve into robbery and murder." Well, if he tries something, then you should kick him then." The man lay on the ground and continued his act. He wouldn't get up no matter what. May was a special person and was easily able to chat with Derek about current affairs. Not long after, a police car came in and 2 white police officers got out of it. They looked at the two chatting and then at the black man lying on the ground with pain on his face. Without any further ado, the policeman arrested the man lying down. One of the policemen said to May, "Madam, please calm down now. We have arrested the criminal. The black man /N. Once again, no offense." As expected of an American police officer, with such valuable experience and judgment, he could immediately determine who was the criminal. After that, May thanked Derek again, and then she drove Peter to school. Derek returned to his house, opened his garage's iron gate, and brought out the motorcycle. He was now going to get himself some food. Also, some books for Peter. It has been a week since Derek moved into his new house. Derek had recently added a permanent member to his family. It was little Peter from the family next door. After that day, May visited Derek's home once because she wanted to say hello to her new neighbor. Neighbor meaning not Derek, but Derek's parents. When May got to know that Derek was still a high school student, she thought that Derek was living with his parents. But when May came to visit, she found out that Derek lived there alone. After knowing that Derek had no parents, May thought of her little Peter, or, because of the instincts of a mother, she invited Derek to her home for dinner several times, and Derek always accepted her invitation. After a few days like that, all of them became acquainted, especially Peter, who often played with Derek. May had no problem with the two playing together. She had a good impression of Derek. Although he said strange things sometimes, he was generally a trustworthy young man. Moreover, she was really busy most of the time and had almost no time to play with Peter at home. He did not even have any friends to play with. She was worried that if Peter continued to grow up like this, his personality would become more and more introverted and awkward. So, letting him play with Derek was a good thing, as long as Derek didn't find it annoying. "What's in here?" Peter asked, pointing to the garage's closed door. Recently, Peter saw Derek walk into the garage and stay there for hours. He could hear various strange sounds coming from inside from time to time. Peter was very curious about what Derek always did inside. Derek sat on the sofa, drank the Red Bull in his hand, and said, "That's a superhero's workstation." Little Peter blinked his eyes in surprise, while his body was seemingly unresponsive. A few seconds later, he asked with a blank expression, "So, are you a superhero?" Derek did not speak, but showed a mysterious smile. Seeing Derek acting like that, Peter instantly recognized that Derek was the kind of superhero who hid his identity and lived among ordinary people in comics. Peter jumped up excitedly. "Oh my God, you are actually a superhero. No wonder you were able to defeat that bad guy last time." Little Peter, in the eyes of a superhero, that kind of a criminal is nothing at all. Derek curled his lips, grabbed the toy gun that was lying on the table, raised his hand seemingly casually, and fired it. Peter took a closer look and saw a few suction cup bullets firmly stick to the wall. The bullets were around 5 meters away from the dartboard, hanging on the wall. Peter fell silent suddenly. Noticing Peter's suspicious gaze, Derek said cheerfully, "Go over and check the bullets carefully." The bullets were stuck at a height just within Peter's reach. Peter listened to Derek and walked over obediently and pulled out the bullets with some difficulty. The next moment, little Peter stared wide-eyed, looking at the thing inside the bullet in disbelief. Peter saw a fly stuck in the suction cup, which was still alive. "Yes, there's a fly." "Okay, that's great. Is this the superhero ability you were gifted with?" Seeing such a miraculous aim, Peter was stunned and was convinced of Derek's superhero identity. "Yes, but it was definitely not gifted." Derek then continued to say in a righteous tone, "I have such a high aim and some more techniques. They're all something I earned and worked hard for, especially with a box." Peter's eyes flashed gold. "Then can I also learn such abilities and become a superhero?" Ahem. Derek almost spit out the Red Bull from his mouth. "You are the future Spider-Man. Why do you want to learn shooting? Moreover, you're just a kid right now, no? He's just a kid." Derek quickly stabilized his emotions and continued to maintain the face of an expert. "As I said, hard work and ability are indispensable, but, with all due respect, I don't see the ability to shoot bullets in you." Hearing that he didn't have the same ability as Derek, Peter was a little disappointed, but then Derek spoke again. "Although you don't have the shooting ability, I see other abilities in you, and they all seem very good." "What abilities are they?" This was the turning point in their conversation, and Peter was suddenly excited. Derek didn't answer, but asked, "Have you finished the book I gave you a few days ago?" Peter almost cried for a moment. "No, there are too many questions. I've only done half of them." "Half done?" Derek was surprised. He specially bought books according to the difficulty of Peter's age. He just wanted to stimulate Peter's desire to learn, but he didn't expect Peter to already solve half of it. It seems like I still underestimated the genius of Peter. Peter was young, but after several days of observation, Derek could see that this child was very smart. In Peter's eyes, Derek saw the most innocent yearning for knowledge. Although Peter was only fooled by him, Derek was deeply moved by this innocence. He felt he had to do something in exchange for the kid. Although there are many versions of Spider-Man, judging from the performance of each version, being Spider-Man in itself means that you are a genius. For such geniuses, age does not become an obstacle to their acquisition of knowledge. Derek believes that as long as Peter improves his foresight and knowledge, he will soon become a technological genius. Derek wanted Peter to become a true superhero and not be some kid who lived in Tony's shadow and followed him. For my tools I know, for the future superheroes, I am willing to devote myself to education and become an excellent bloomer for talents. Very good. It seems that you already meet the minimum requirements to become a superhero. Derek nodded in relief and continued. Remember what I said before? You have an intelligent brain. You may not have a shooting ability, but with knowledge, you can build a suit that can automatically aim. And this is your real power. All the motivation for people to live comes from desire. And the same is true for learning. After repeated hints from Derek, in Peter's heart, becoming a superhero and making a battle suit have become his dreams. After a long time, Peter finally regained his senses from the fantasy of fighting villains and said, "But I can't think of how to make a powerful super battle suit." "Don't worry," as I said. "I will find you a blueprint for making a battle suit in a few days." Derek narrowed his eyes and patted Peter on the shoulder. "But first of all, to understand the blueprints, such as its basic physics, you have to learn more, all right? Well then, I have prepared 30 more books for you." 30 books? Peter was dumbfounded. Derek straightened his face. "Little Peter, you have to know that becoming a superhero is definitely not an easy task. You have to learn more from my talents, such as hard work and persistence. But 30 is too much. What are you thinking? It's not to learn all at once. These books are all advanced ones. Right now, you just need to start from the basics and then go to the questions." Seeing Peter's terrified expression, Derek comforted him. "You have to remember that knowledge is power. Whenever you learn something new, it means that you become stronger. You can imagine this process to be your training arc. After you complete the training, it would mean that you have become a real superhero." Derek's words really made Peter feel better. He swallowed his saliva, his body and voice trembling. "I want to be a superhero." "Well, there's one thing I want to remind you of. Only the two of us should know about my superhero identity, and the superhero training process must also not be revealed. Do you understand?" "Understood." Peter nodded. Derek grinned. "Peter, you have to quietly become stronger. If those big bad villains see you getting strong so quickly, you and your aunt might get into danger. Work hard in silence. You will definitely be able to make those you'll amaze everyone." Anyone who has a dream is amazing. Determined to become a superhero, Peter plunged into a huge ocean of books. I have to admit that there is indeed a big difference between a genius and ordinary folks. Even without a teacher, Peter picked up the modern physics books and started to read them. Unexpectedly, he did not read the most basic textbooks and skipped a few stages because he already knew the basic theoretical knowledge. "Great job, my little Peter." Derek nodded in satisfaction. He was not worried that this would affect Peter's normal studies. The elementary school students in America are really free according to his knowledge. After school ends at 3 p.m., he is completely free with almost no homework. Only the students from rich families would have private tutors at home, and the Parker family's financial condition was not good enough to hire them. His parents died, and he was adopted by his uncle and aunt. However, not long after, his uncle also died in an act of righteousness. Yes, it was the uncle who said, "With great power comes great responsibility." In short, Aunt May was the only adult left in Peter's family. Aunt May also had limited economic capability and could not afford those expensive private tutors at all. E/N. All this explaining so that people know who Peter Parker is. Derek didn't disturb Peter reading the modern physics book and walked into the garage with a Red Bull can. Now that the technician has been found, he should also look for the blueprints to make the high-tech battle suit. As for where to find a super battle suit crafting blueprint, in this regard, Derek has long had an idea. But to execute everything perfectly, he needs to make some preparations. The same night, Stark Group Manufacturing Zone, District Number 16. A blonde and capable woman walked inside, followed by several men in black uniforms. The group of people walked quickly into the deepest part of the area and stopped in front of an iron gate. The blonde woman tried to swipe her card in, but failed. She looked at a middle-aged man behind her in a panic. "Agent Coulson, it is here, but my card doesn't seem to be working." Phil Coulson didn't speak a word but took out a small device and put it on the lock of the iron door and then led the blonde woman back a few steps. Boom! The lock was instantly blown open. Holding a pistol, Phil Coulson was the first to push open the iron door and walked in. He was followed by several men in black. Judging from their gun-holding postures, it was highly likely that they had received professional training. Immediately afterwards, they saw a rough steel armor, which seemed to be assembled from various fragments. Phil Coulson then said with a serious expression, "Miss Potts, it is indeed as you said. Obadiah Stone is the man behind the kidnapping of Tony Stark, and he's also making an armor." While speaking, Phil Coulson gestured to his colleagues with his hands. They were all from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, referred to as SHILD, an agent organization that is responsible for handling some special incidents. This time, the mission was to cooperate with Tony Stark's assistant to arrest Obadiah Stone, a dangerous man. But their mission wasn't just to capture Obadiah. There was one more important thing, that was to get this steel armor's blueprints. After that, the shield would safely protect its technology and not let anyone reach it. There were too many problems that may arise if this technology was left like this. They could not let someone with bad intentions get it again. Moreover, since they're the shield, there would be no one better and safer to handle this matter. Readers, it doesn't matter whether other people believe it or not, they do believe it anyway. Following the cue from Phil Coulson, the SHILD agents immediately dispersed to search for the blueprints of the steel armor. Just then, the agents heard Potts screaming. They suddenly saw 2 dots of light glowing in the dark corner. With the sound of mechanical operation, the image of a huge monster became visible. A steel titan more than 3 meters high appeared in front of their eyes, exuding a pervasive glow with a cold steel breath. Potts didn't sit on the ground with frightened legs like every other heroine in a movie, but ran out screaming all the way. I don't know how she did it while wearing high heels, though. Seeing this giant steel armor, Phil Coulson instantly thought of the broken steel armor he saw just now. Isn't this just an enlarged version? This is plagiarism. Without thinking about it, Coulson and the other SHILD agents immediately shot at the giant steel armor. Their bullets, however, only brought a head of spark on the steel casing and did it no harm. Moreover, their actions seemed to have angered this ferocious steel beast. The huge figure suddenly rioted and rushed to their position. Because the aisle of the Research Institute was too narrow, the SHILD agent standing in the front had no time to dodge and was thrown on the wall. Seeing that the strength of their opponent was monster-like, Coulson made a quick decision and immediately jumped over the fence of the passage to the side, barely avoiding an impact with the giant steel armor. Fortunately, the giant steel armor didn't pay attention to him. It tore through the ceiling above as dazzling flames spewed from the soles of the feet, driving the huge body from the ground to the roof. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, Coulson stood up awkwardly. He didn't expect that this mission would be so hard, and he would be required to face such a steel monster, the power of which was simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Glancing at the corpses of his colleagues, Phil Coulson exhaled. Years of working as an agent made him used to such scenes. He quickly suppressed his grieving emotions and looked at the 2 SHILD agents who also avoided the impact. "You guys continue to search for the blueprints of the steel armor. I will report this to the director." PIU. Accompanied by silenced gunshots, the 2 SHILD agents suddenly fell before Coulson's eyes. Coulson's pupils shrank suddenly as he quickly drew his gun and pointed it towards the shadows. There was a figure slowly walking out of the dark shadows. Tony Stark, to be precise, not Tony Stark. It was his face cut out of paper and then pasted on a cardboard mask. The disguise of Tony Stark was so obvious that even an idiot could realize it. "Who are you?" Coulson gripped his pistol tightly and asked with a vigilant face. Derek, who was wearing a mask, said in a low voice, "In case you're blind, which I think you are, I am Tony Stark." Phil Coulson. At this moment, the two were in a state of intense confrontation. Carlson stared at Derek closely. This attacker in front of him was able to quietly eliminate two SHIELD agents. Carlson now intends to put some pressure on Derek in this confrontational state, so as to find a flaw and kill him. Meanwhile, Derek also stared at Carlson for a long time. Suddenly, he said suddenly, "Oi, come closer. You look familiar." Carlson frowned. After thinking for a while, Carlson took a step forward. Since there was more light near that area, it would be convenient for him to observe. Seeing the light hitting the top of Carlson's head, Derek's expression suddenly changed. "This receding hairline, you're Phil Carlson." Carlson was silent. He couldn't understand why Derek could recognize him, that too from his hairline. Seeing that he is a familiar character, Derek took the lead in expressing his friendly nature. "I have no malicious intentions. It was just an anesthesia injection. They will wake up after a while. My gun is a kind gun. It can never kill people. I can never bear the curse of killing people." Hearing Derek's words, Phil Carlson glanced at the two SHIELD agents. He could indeed see their chests constantly moving. Seeing this, Carlson's heart moved slightly. Since it was just an anesthesia injection, he didn't need to worry about the consequences of shooting. At most, he was just anesthetized. At this time, Derek took out another pistol. "This is my other pistol. Don't worry, it's full of real bullets. I guarantee you will die if you get shot from this one." Phil Carlson immediately dropped the idea of showing kindness in his head. He felt that this guy was full of malice. To survive him, Carlson could not act rashly. However, Carlson didn't want to continue this stalemate. After all, he didn't know when that giant armor would come back. Now was the best time for him to look for the steel armor's blueprints. It would be the best to not waste the time like this. "Since you bear no malice, what is your purpose?" "Whatever your purpose is," Carlson said without hesitation, "we are here to arrest Obadiah Stane." Derek nodded seriously. "Damn, coincidentally, I'm also here to arrest him." The two looked at each other, and they were sure that the other party came here for the blueprints. After a moment of silence, Derek suddenly proposed, "Since everyone is here to arrest him, why don't we search for him here together?" Facing the black muzzle of the gun in Derek's hand, Carlson pretended to think about it. "All right." When they said this, they tacitly ignored the giant steel armor that just ran out. After all, what they were looking for was Obadiah Stane, so what did they even have to do with the giant steel armor? Ever since then, the two began to search for the blueprint of the steel armor in the facility. When passing by the broken steel armor, Derek deliberately checked it with the system. "Target does not meet the criterion of a high-tech battle suit. Please find a suitable suit." After about 5 minutes of searching, the two finally found a computer in the corner. It showed that a password was required to open it. To the two, it felt like there was a high probability that the blueprints of the steel armor were stored in it. In an instant, the two looked at each other at the same time. Derek coughed. "Well, my legs are a little numb. I need to rest here for a while. You don't need to worry about me. It's more important to catch this dangerous guy, Obadiah." Carlson didn't intend to move and smiled gently. "It's fine. I can have someone help you out first, as long as I arrest Obadiah here." "Bitch." *2. The two cursed inwardly. Derek looked at the password on the display screen and suggested, "I think it is indeed important to arrest Obadiah, but it is also important to find evidence of his crimes. Do you mind if I check this computer? Do you know the password?" "I don't, but I'm a well-known computer genius in the neighborhood. A 6-digit password isn't a problem for me at all." Derek's tone was full of confidence. Carlson made a precise judgment in an instant, and a brainstorm was set off in his mind. He was collecting as much information as possible on the other party, so as to infer what organization he might be from. "I don't mind. After all, Obadiah's crimes evidence is also very important," Carlson said righteously. Derek let out a hush inwardly, nodded on the surface, and pressed the keyboard very solemnly. 123,456. "Wrong password. Phil Carlson." Derek said in disbelief, "How is it possible? What a fact." Carlson almost lost his grip on the pistol. "How surprised are you? No one would set such a simple password for an important document." "Wait, I think it might be 6 zeros. It's my bank PIN." Derek refused to give up and wanted to continue trying to crack the password. Crackling. Just as Derek's attention was focused on the computer screen, a strong electric current suddenly flashed across his body. His body trembled a few times, and he fell straight down. Seeing Derek, who was stunned, Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and put away the electric shock device in his hand. Coulson did not dare to let Derek continue to try, because he knew that the passwords of many security systems can only be entered 3 times at most. If Derek enters such weird numbers as 6 zeros and 6 sixes, his work tonight would all go down the drain. Coulson chose not to kill Derek right at the moment. He needs to bring this suspicious attacker back and find out why he came here. As far as he knew, this facility was secretly built by Obadiah to make the steel armor, and even the SHIELD had just learned about it from Tony Stark's assistant. Due to the scarcity of time, Coulson took out a small instrument similar to a USB from his pocket and inserted it into the computer without wasting too much time. As a bunch of codes appeared, the password of the computer was quickly deciphered and unlocked. "Damn, dude, you guys got your methods. You really unlocked it." A familiar voice came from behind. Coulson was startled. He wanted to turn around, but felt a sharp pain in his thigh. As he looked down, he saw an anesthesia needle stuck firmly in his thigh. He turned his head with difficulty and saw Derek's standing figure. He wasn't unconscious at all. Coulson's drowsy eyes showed a trace of doubt. The weapon he used just now could release electricity that is powerful enough to stun an adult in an instant. "You! Don't blame me. It was you who didn't talk peacefully first." Derek spread his hands innocently. Coulson wanted to call for help, but he only felt that his body was slowly losing consciousness. Soon he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands and fell unconscious. Derek checked the computer, and sure enough, it was full of useful data on the steel armor. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of SHIELD, they even unlocked a computer in Stark Industries. If it weren't for Coulson's enthusiastic help just now, even if I found this computer, I would probably just stare blankly at it in the end. Thinking of this, Derek was full of gratitude to the unconscious Coulson. Derek then pulled out the USB Coulson had connected and replaced it with another USB he brought himself. E/N. This line was a freaking enigma. This little USB that he bought from Weasel was brilliant. After connecting it into a computer, all the data in the computer starts to get copied and pasted into the new hard drive. While downloading the data, Derek browsed the information on the steel armor. He found that this pair of giant steel armor named Iron Overlord was imitated from the Mark I that Tony Stark built in the cave in Afghanistan. Although there are a lot of technical flaws, it is still of great reference value. At least it can provide a clear direction for Peter in the future. However, there is still a major problem with the Iron Overlord armor that was never resolved. That is the power supply system. In case you cannot guess it, it would definitely consume a lot of energy to drive this cumbersome giant steel armor. It will not work just by filling a large volume of petrol in it. Derek thought of the light bulb on Tony Stark's chest, the small arc reactor that can provide 3 gigajoules of power per second. But the problem is that it belongs to Tony Stark's personal technology and was not something easy to get it. Boom! At this time, a loud sound came from the ceiling. 2 human-shaped steel armors, one large and one small, fell from the sky. Sparks and lightning were produced in front of Derek's eyes as the two went crashing down with unabated inertia. Through the huge hole in the facility, Derek could see the 2 steel armors rushing up the highway outside the Stark industrial area and finally stopped in the middle of a crowd of vehicles. Looking at the big and bright light bulbs on the chests of the 2 steel armors, Derek raised his brows. Now, isn't that a damn good coincidence? On the expressway, everyone was stunned by such a sudden situation, and they didn't react until the Iron Overlord armor suddenly overturned a vehicle blocking the road. Suddenly, there was a burst of screams and horns on the highway. The Iron Overlord armor didn't pay attention to the panicked people. The mechanical eyes stared at the gold-red steel armor in front of him as wild and wanton laughter came from inside the Iron Overlord armor. "I love this outfit. Tony, look at your excellent masterpiece. You closed the weapons department just to turn around to make even more powerful weapons. You are just as hypocritical as your dead father. You don't talk about him. After a mechanized whirring of the armor, Tony's voice became cold, and no one noticed the tense look under his steel mask. At the moment, the arc reactor on his chest was a temporary solution. The latest version he made was taken away by Obadiah. Now that Tony is using an older version, the energy in it has long been exhausted. And his steel armor was the latest, Mark III, which consumes far more energy than its predecessors. Boom! Just as Tony Stark was thinking of a solution, the Iron Overlord roared and rushed towards him as the ground was smashed to pieces with terrifying force. Caught off guard, Tony Stark only had time to raise his arms to block the attack. Boom! The two pairs of steel armor collided, making a loud crashing sound. Seizing the advantage of its size and huge tonnage, the Iron Overlord armor easily knocked Tony into the air, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Before Tony got up, he saw an anti-tank rocket rising from the steel back of the Iron Overlord's armor. Under the lock of the optical sight, the anti-tank rocket blasted straight towards him with tail flames. Boom! Accompanied by huge amounts of explosions, the Mark III was blown into the sky before falling heavily on the ground. At this moment, Tony was in a very aggrieved mood. He could tell at a glance that the Iron Overlord armor in front of him was a copy. The color and shape were copied from his Mark I, and even the arc reactor on its chest was snatched from him some time ago. However, the most uncomfortable thing is that although he could find a lot of technical problems with the Iron Overlord, his Mark III just couldn't do anything without power. Seeing the armor of the Iron Overlord rushing towards him again, Tony felt frustrated from it. The creator is being beaten to the ground by some third-grade plagiarist. Boom! The gold and red armor was thrown into the air once again. At this moment, Mark III was full of damage marks, and Tony was about to puke inside it. Accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, the Ironmonger came in front of Tony. The mechanical arm grabbed the leg of Mark III and smashed it back and forth like Hulk did with Loki. Looking at Tony Stark, who was being beaten, Obadiah's proud voice came from inside the armor. Although you came up with it first, mine is better than yours in every aspect. The corners of Tony's mouth twitched. Obadiah might be an excellent businessman, but he could not do this himself. He must have brought scientists and engineers for this. Ironmonger's armor slammed Mark III down. His broad saw stepped on it, as if he intended to crush Tony to death. Feeling the intense pressure on his chest, Tony hurriedly said, "JRVS, gather all energy to the chest." Hearing his order, JRVS acted immediately, and the white light bulb on his chest quickly started getting brighter. Bang! Suddenly, a sniper bullet missed the Mark III by a hair and hit the head of the Ironmonger with precision. The bullet exploded suddenly, and the heavy Ironmonger armor was blasted away. Tony used this to break free from Obadiah's control. Although he was implicated by the explosion and flew up again, this time he reacted quickly. The palms of his hands lit up while he was flying in the air. Tony Stark was surprised. JRVS, what's going on? The playback screen just now was displayed inside the suit, and JRVS explained at the same time, "Sir, it is a modified sniper bullet, which came from 12 o'clock. The moment before you would be hit with it, the bullet turned and hit Ironmonger." The bullet turned? Tony Stark blinked blankly. He could understand sniper bullets exploding after some modifications. But what is up with the principle of bullets turning? However, the Ironmonger's armor over there had already stood up again. Under the impact of the bullet, there were only a few scratches on the outer shell of the Ironmonger, which did not affect the operation of the armor at all. Obadiah didn't have the assistance of JRVS, and so he thought it was Tony Stark's attack just now. He looked at Tony in the air and laughed wantonly. "Not bad, it improved, but I also improved something myself." As he said that, dazzling flames erupted from the soles of Ironmonger as he was about to lift up the heavy steel armor. Another copied product. Gritting his teeth, Tony ordered the JRVS to blast off. Not to be outdone, Obadiah followed closely behind. His legs sprayed flames like a rocket, emitting a large amount of black exhaust. E/N, dudes, global warming? Where the protesters at? That's outrageous. Derek, who was squatting on the roof, put away his sniper rifle and muttered to himself. Beside him was an expensive video camera was quietly placed to record everything happening on the highway. Derek originally wanted to observe the performance of Mark III, but after observing it, he realized that the steel armor was too overpowered, especially the technology of shock absorption. Under normal circumstances, if the steel armor did not break open after getting smacked so many times, Tony would at least have a concussion sitting inside it. But Tony was still alive and well, as long as his armor is not broken, he is going to be unscathed. The same is true for the Ironmonger armor. Although it is a plagiarized product, the shock absorption system does not seem to be bad. When he takes it back to Peter, Peter can learn from it. But right now, Derek couldn't just sit back and watch Tony Stark get punched. If Tony was accidentally killed, wouldn't his achievement task get hung up forever? All his efforts for this achievement till now would be in vain, especially Peter's. Derek picked up the camera, and when he looked up, he saw a golden-red figure quickly falling towards him. Tony Stark tried his best to maintain his balance in the sky, and finally fell crookedly on the roof, causing countless flames on the ground, and finally stopped in front of Derek. Bring up auxiliary power. With a mechanical sound, the arc reactor that had dimmed down turned bright again. At the same time, JRVS reminded, Mr. Stark, please pay attention to your surroundings. Tony Stark looked around suspiciously and saw a familiar face. To be honest, it was the first time that Tony was frightened by his own face. His face was cut out of a magazine that was full of wrinkles, and 2 holes were cut out for the eyes. Tony Stark hurriedly distanced him. Who are you? Derek said seriously. Great, another dumb person. As you can see, I am Tony Stark. Tony Stark. You are Tony Stark, and who am I? Gordon Ramsay? You fucking moron. Seeing the sniper rifle on Derek's back, Tony instantly guessed that the other party was the one who shot just now. Since the bullet he had shot attacked Obadiah and rescued Tony, his vigilance suddenly dropped a lot. At least for now, Derek didn't appear to be an enemy. But just in case, Tony did not take off the Mark III, but continued to maintain the basic operations of the Mark III with spare energy. Seeing that Derek was holding a camera in his hand, Tony Stark raised his eyebrows and asked, What are you recording? I definitely recorded the scene of Tony Stark being smacked and beaten like a rag doll. This is a rare and precious footage. Derek said excitedly, When you become even more famous and loved by the public as Iron Man, I will play it in New York Square, especially the scene where you were smashed by that giant steel armor just now. I promise you, it will definitely be famous. Ow, do you know it's me? Tony Stark frowned. At this time, he hadn't taken off Mark III, and had also not revealed that he was Iron Man. Derek then said, Everyone knows that you are Iron Man. Tony Stark looked at Derek in disbelief. In his opinion, he had done a good job of keeping his identity a secret. For this reason, he thought about it carefully. At the moment, the only people who know about him were Colonel Rhodes, his assistant, Pepper Potts, Obadiah, the terrorist who kidnapped him before. Well, I will then admit that there is a small problem with my identity's confidentiality. Tony Stark generously admitted it, but he honestly doesn't care how many people know about his identity. It was rather troublesome for him to keep his identity a secret. But I'm curious, what is Iron Man you're talking about? Perhaps because he felt that there was no threat from Ironmonger, Tony Stark felt very relaxed. He noticed that Derek kept calling him Iron Man, and for some reason, Tony felt that this name seemed to be particularly for him. Derek explained, Shouldn't a superhero have a superhero name? I think the name Iron Man is quite good for you. If you don't think so, what about Optimus Prime? No. Iron Man has the ring to it. Tony interrupted Derek's words and told JRVS, register this name. I will use this from now on. Derek was startled. Is this the advantages of being rich? Seeing what Tony did, Derek suddenly had a bold idea. If I register the titles of Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye in advance, when these superheroes become popular in the future, I can open different stores using these names, such as Hulk Tailors. When I make a lot of money, Derek thought about it, but reluctantly gave up on this tempting idea. The main reason is that those superheroes might just smash his store after they know about it, and directly make an Avengers fight show in his store. Seeing that Derek was still videotaping, Tony said in a bad tone. "Although I like the name you just recommended to me, I want to remind you that your video has seriously violated my rights, and I can ask my lawyer to sue you for invasion of my privacy." Derek said disdainfully, "You're talking as if someone doesn't have a lawyer. One of my lawyers can beat your lawyers 100 times, and he won't even break a sweat. As long as Derek sends Matt, literally beating 100 people would not really be a problem." Tony's eyes widened. For the first time in his life, he saw someone more arrogant than himself. It was no exaggeration to say that his team of lawyers was definitely the best in America. Just when Tony was about to refute, he saw Derek suddenly turn his head and run away, and not forgetting to point the camera in his direction while running. Before Tony could react, he heard a heavy bang behind him. Tony just turned his head and saw the huge figure of Ironmonger's armor and the mechanical arm that grabbed his leg. Tony Stark. All of a sudden, Tony lost control of his whole body, and after he was grabbed by Ironmonger, he was thrown indiscriminately. JRVS kept reporting, "The left arm is severely damaged. Most of the weapons are disabled." Incendiary bomb. Tony roared as Mark III's legs shot out a lot of flames in an instant. The scorching heat burned the Ironmonger's armor, forcing it to loosen its grip. It was only then that Tony managed to break free. JRVS did not forget to remind, "Sir, there's only 2% of the spare energy left, which can barely maintain the arc reactor in your chest. If it is reduced to the lowest value, the arc reactor will immediately lose its function. After that, there is a 78% chance of the metal shards flowing into your heart." I know about that. Tony knew how dangerous this situation was, and he might die at any time. Being in this trouble, he had long forgotten the existence of Derek. Taking advantage of the smoke, Tony immediately contacted his most trusted assistant. "Potts, go to the center console and turn on all the circuits when I tell you." Potts' tone was a little nervous. What do you want to do?" "I'm going to blow up this place. Otherwise, there's no way to stop Obadiah." After notifying Potts, Tony jumped on Ironmonger at the right time. Under the analysis of JRVS, he quickly found the gap in the Ironmonger's armor. He thrust his left arm through the gap and pulled out several important connecting wires, which directly disabled the detection system of the Iron Overlord's armor. "Damn you, Tony." Even the sound that had been mechanically changed could no longer conceal Obadiah's anger at the moment. Losing his vision, he could only grab Tony using a wild guess. Obadiah's guess worked, and he grabbed Tony, who was trying to dodge, and threw him on the ground, and stepped on him with his thick mechanical legs again, completely cutting off Tony's movements. He slashed in, "Please, I don't know what happened. Tony just got hit." What's worse was that the light of Mark III was gradually dimming, and the remaining power was no longer enough to maintain even the normal operation of Mark III. The steel armor that was originally used to protect him had now become a prison instead. "It's over now." Looking at the Ironmonger, Tony felt despair. At the same time, he also thought of Derek, who was holding a sniper rifle. At this time, he should still be hiding somewhere on the roof. Tony remembered that Derek had a modified sniper bullet, which could explode with some decent explosive power. If he cooperated with him at the beginning, he would have a chance to escape the Ironmonger. But now, Tony gritted his teeth. The shell of the Ironmonger was too thick. Even with the explosive power, it was difficult to damage the Ironmonger's armor. There was almost no possibility of victory at all. SHHHHH. At this moment, the Ironmonger armor in front of him slowly opened, revealing Obadiah, who was sitting in the cockpit. Since the aiming system of the Ironmonger had failed, he could only aim with his own eyes. However, he would love to do it. Seeing Tony struggling under his feet, Obadiah smiled cruelly and moved the mechanical arm to remove Tony's helmet. "Tony, I want to witness your death with my own eyes. I want you to watch me kill you with a weapon you made yourself." After taking off the steel helmet, Obadiah expected to see Tony's face full of remorse or fear. However, Obadiah noticed that Tony was looking at him strangely. "Tony, is this your last failed attempt to escape?" Tony had a stiff expression as he said, "No, I just feel a little cold in my face. Can you help me put the helmet back on?" Boom! With a gunshot, Obadiah's cruel expression suddenly froze. Blood dripped out slowly from a hole in his forehead. Slow footsteps sounded as Tony's eyes met Derek once again. At the moment, Derek held the camera in his left hand and a pistol in his right hand as shook his head in a mocking way. Never use equipment that can help you fly without a helmet. Tony, who was also not wearing a helmet, remained silent. Without Obadiah's control, the ironmonger lost its balance and fell down. The pressure on Tony's chest was reduced suddenly, but the energy of the arc reactor was no longer enough. It was not enough to move the Mark III at all. After several unsuccessful attempts, Tony had no choice but to turn to Derek, who was the only other person on the roof. "Hey, name guy, how about a hand?" "Wait, don't worry." Derek took the video camera, brought it close up on Tony's face, and muttered, "This is a precious video of Tony Stark. It will almost become a valuable memory of his life. Moreover, if I don't have money in the future, selling this video would definitely get me a lot of it." Tony took a deep breath, resisting the urge to curse Derek as he said, "If you delete that video right now, I'll give you more money than the highest bidder." Derek shook his head. "I refuse. It's a wrong decision to sell it right now. It will be worth much more money in the future. Instead of selling it now, he might as well wait until Tony has a daughter and then bring this video to Tony. In order not to become a joke in front of his daughter, Tony might even give him the entire Stark." Although Tony didn't know what Derek was thinking, he could feel the malice. "Don't worry, I won't leak this video without thinking about it. For now, it'll just be in my personal collection. Come on, smile at the camera, or I'll draw on your face." Derek took the camera and took a photo with Tony in the same frame as him. He then put away the camera contentedly, completely unbothered from Tony's expression of wanting to kill him. "Okay, it's time to get down to business." Derek clapped his hands. In front of Tony's eyes, Derek grabbed the arc reactor on the chest of Ironmonger's armor. Different from the one on Tony's chest, this arc reactor was full of energy, shining brightly in Derek's hand. Seeing this scene, Tony's face became gloomy. "So your goal was the arc reactor?" Derek said innocently. "Don't say that. You make me look like a villain. These are my personal spoils. I can take this much, right?" Tony Stark sneered. "This is something I made with my own hands. It doesn't belong to Obadiah at all. He just snatched it from me. If anything, it should be returned to me, its real owner." "Okay, you stretch out your hand. I'll give it back to you." Tony snorted coldly and tried to raise his right hand, but the mechanical arm didn't move at all. Tony had no expression on his face. Seeing his situation right now, he vowed to develop a lighter steel armor when he returned. The lighter the better. For example, some nanomaterials would be very good. Seeing that Tony was silent, Derek put the arc reactor in his back pocket and looked at the ironmonger with some distress. After all, the ready-made steel armor was right in front of him. It would be much easier to build one if he could take it back to Peter. It's not that Derek had not thought of wearing the ironmonger armor back. The problem was that it was too big. It looked like a tank when moving. It's basically impossible not to be discovered. If only this armor was smaller. Derek turned his head and looked at Tony. To be precise, it was the Mark III that he looked at. "Tony, don't you think that the armor you are wearing is too heavy? Why don't I take it off for you?" Tony shuddered and could instantly sense Derek's malicious intentions. "No, I'm pretty comfortable as it is right now." Seeing the firm look in Tony's eyes, Derek had no choice but to give up the idea in his mind. Even if Tony was willing to give him the Mark III, Derek would not dare to take it. Since all of Tony's armors were assisted by JRVS, each pair of steel armors was guarded by JRVS too. However, Derek also has a backup option, which was the Mark I in the Research Institute. The armor was also made by Tony and was not be supported by JRVS. At this moment, Derek heard the noise of propellers. Looking above, two helicopters with SHIELD symbols on them flew from a distance. He estimated that after Carlson and others lost contact, SHIELD sent additional personnel. "I'll slip away first. Let's have some coffee together one day." Derek jumped from a roof to inside the Research Institute below without hesitation, and soon disappeared from Tony's sight. After seeing Derek leave, Tony's tensed nerves finally relaxed. Who the fuck was that guy? Tony thought to himself. It's a pity that his steel helmet was taken off, and he couldn't collect any information on the opponent. Inside the Institute, Through the broken iron gate, a dozen fully armed SHIELD agents entered. The leader was a bald detective. He was the highest-level agent here, responsible for commanding this operation. Seeing the dead body of his colleague in the corridor, the bald agent did not show anything on his face, but made a gesture, ordering the agents to go deeper into the institute while he looked at the iron chain not far away. Not long after, SHIELD agent came over. "Sir, we have found Agent Phil Coulson." The bald detective nodded, followed the SHIELD agent to the corner of the research institute, and saw that the computer was broken into several pieces. It was clear that it was intentionally damaged by someone and was destroyed beyond the state it could be repaired. At the same time, the leader also saw Coulson lying upright on the ground with his hands on his forehead. Under the illumination of the lights, it seemed very peaceful. Seeing this somewhat special posture, the bald detective couldn't help but pause. What's up with him? Preliminary judgment shows that Agent Coulson was attacked by the enemy, and after a fierce resistance, he was anesthetized and fell into a coma. The bald detective looked at Coulson's posture again and felt that Coulson didn't actually resist too much. Putting aside his distracting thoughts, the bald detective took out a small bottle full of some liquid and placed it under Coulson's nose skillfully. Stimulated by the strong, chemical smell, Coulson gradually came to his senses. Seeing the appearance of the bald agent and SHIELD agents, he quickly reacted and told the bald agent, "Sitwell, I have some important things to talk to the director about. We need to go back right now. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters." "Sir, this is the report on this operation. After inspection, it is confirmed that Obadiah Stane was behind the kidnapping of Tony Stark. A terrorist group named 10 Rings were responsible for this attack, but something went wrong in the negotiations, and Obadiah silenced them all." In the director's office located in the middle of the headquarters, Coulson was reporting the information he had received to a one-eyed, bald man in front of him. This person was his boss, the noblest of all creatures walking on the face of Earth, the handsome Greek god, Nick Fury. Nick Fury glanced through the report in his hand, with a calm expression on his face. "Obadiah Stane is dead." Yes, the cause of his death was a fatal gunshot on his forehead. The bullet was not numbered, and the source could not be found. According to Tony Stark, Obadiah Stane was killed by an assailant wearing a mask. Hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury gave a strange look to him from one of his eyes, the remaining one. Through the information in Coulson's report, Nick could fully see how high the combat ability of that steel armor was, and its defense was also strong enough to block missiles. But the one wearing it was killed by a gunshot. Nick Fury was speechless, but he still maintained the image he had built of an iron-blooded and cold-faced director on the surface. Who was the assailant? Tony Stark is unwilling to disclose that. He took the initiative to hide a lot of details. The reason is unknown for the time being. Moreover, when we found the ironmonger armor, it was no longer functional. It seemed that the important energy source was missing. According to my judgment, this energy source is very important. It might have been taken away by the assailant, and the attacker who stole the blueprint from the Research Institute is very likely to be the same person. Blueprints, energy source. Nick Fury looked gloomy, at least according to Coulson's judgment. Coulson then continued to report. Another point to note is that the incident last night has been reported to the public. Many people witnessed the battle between steel armors. Right now, the media is reporting this incident. Most of them believe that this time, the incident is related to Tony Stark, and the military intends to ask Tony Stark to hold a press conference to issue a clarification statement. Nick Fury tapped his fingers on the table and said in a calm tone, "Cooperate with the military to hold a press conference and create an alibi for Tony Stark as soon as possible. As for Obadiah's death, cover it up, make it look like an assassination." Immediately afterwards, Nick Fury looked at the report, which stated that the attacker was a masked man with Tony Stark's photo on it. Start to investigate the identity of this attacker, and investigate whether there is any other organizations behind him. Yes, Director. In the afternoon, Peter came to Derek's house, as usual. He tiptoed and knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, Derek opened the door and said with a mysterious face, "Peter, my boy, You are finally here. Come in quickly. Big bro will show you a hot babe. Seeing the strange expression on Derek's face, Peter was scared. He remembered that his aunt once told him that if he saw an adult with such an expression, he should turn around and run to the police hurriedly. Out of familiarity with Derek, Peter held back the fear and worry in his heart. Trembling, he walked into the room. Derek didn't notice Peter's condition and walked all the way to the door of the garage, opened the door, and invited Peter. It's inside. Come and have a look. This is the workshop of superheroes. Now, Peter didn't think too much about Derek's expression, but looked at Derek with glowing eyes. Can I really go in? In Derek's house, Peter had always wanted to see the superheroes' workshop more than anything. In his imagination, the superheroes' workshop was like a huge secret base built underground, with all the cool equipment and workers in uniforms. Peter thought it was a superhero's secret base, and outsiders couldn't enter it, so he didn't take the initiative to ask to go in and have a look. But now Derek actually invited him to have a look. Peter was so excited that his small hands were shaking. Derek smiled slightly. Before that, you have to remember that you can't disclose everything that happens inside to anyone. If the superhero's secret base is exposed, we will be in a very dangerous situation, understood? This kind of dialogue once again touched Peter's nerves and made him more excited for the workshop. Peter clenched his fists and nodded vigorously. Understood. Okay, now come inside with me. With excitement, Peter followed Derek into the garage and saw all kinds of firearms and weapons hanging on the walls. Peter was then dumbfounded. This superhero base seemed a little different from what he had imagined. Why did it feel more like an armory than a superhero base? At this time, little Peter suddenly noticed that in the depths of the garage, a pair of steel armor was hung in the air by iron chains. Peter breathed heavily and pointed at the steel armor, his hands trembling. Derek stretched out his hands and introduced grandly. Yes, this pair of steel armor is the battle suit I have been mentioning ever since we met. After being affirmed, Peter quickly asked, Is this your superhero equipment? Derek shook his head. No, I borrowed this from a superhero on purpose. He is a very nice gentleman. He heard that you were going to make a high-tech battle suit, so he gave me this to help you with your studies. Peter was amazed. This superhero that Derek was talking about must be good too. Peter didn't doubt Derek's credibility and stared at the steel armor intently. Can I touch it? Definitely. It's for you, touch it. Peter stretched out his hand to touch the steel armor. The cold sensation came running from fingertips, but that cold couldn't suppress Peter's fiery heart at the moment. Well, just which boy in this world can refuse the charm of mechs? Derek smiled to himself as he saw Peter touch the armor. But this was not the end yet. Derek turned on the computer on his work desk, and a complete blueprint for the steel armor appeared on the screen. Every detail was clearly marked and specified on it. It was enough to make a normal person hold his head. However, Peter stared wide-eyed and rushed to the computer impatiently. Although he could not understand it yet, it would not be difficult for him to understand everything about the armor with the blueprint in some time. Seeing Peter's reaction, Derek was very satisfied. Only if you're interested will you have the motivation to move forward. I think you can see it too. This is the blueprint of the high-tech battle suit. I borrowed it from that kind superhero. It can be used as a reference for you to make battle suits in the future. Peter, people have high expectations from you, especially the person who gave these to me. Don't disappoint that superhero's expectations. The steel armor was in the front, and the blueprint was in the back. Peter then said firmly, I will definitely live up to his expectations. I want to make an awesome battle suit. Seemingly sensing Peter's decision, Derek was deeply touched. Okay, now that the atmosphere is here, I have to announce one more thing. From today, the questions that you solve every day are doubled. Peter, regarding what happened in the Stark Industries area last night, an official statement has been released to the public. Some witnesses claim that a machine went out of control in the Stark Industrial area last night. Fortunately, Tony Stark, at the moment, the press conference jointly held by Stark Industry and the military was playing on the TV screen. The spokesperson of the military on the television was Colonel Rhodes, Tony's friend. He was also the one who wore the war machine armor in future. After Rhodes completed, Tony's figure appeared on the TV screen. He came to the podium and casually read from the parchment in his hand, but he was forcibly interrupted by a female reporter before he could say a few words. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Stark, but do you think we'll believe that?" Under the questions from the female reporter, Tony simply threw away the parchment. "No, you know what? I am Iron Man." After the words were heard, the press conference exploded in an instant. Looking at Rhodes' face that was full of surprise, Derek knew, without guessing, the words full of praise he would be saying to Tony. Peter, sitting beside Derek, shifted his eyes from the computer to the TV and said excitedly, "Tony Stark is actually Iron Man." When the two steel armors were fighting on the highway last night, some people who were not afraid of death took videos and posted them on the internet. Peter also watched some videos at his school this morning and even cheered for Mark III in the video. After all, Peter really liked the build of Mark III, making Peter a loyal fan of the Mark III. But the Ironmonger armor was different. It was old-fashioned and had no special features. It was not as good-looking as Mark III either. It looked like how a villain would in the comics. Peter swore at that time that the battlesuit he would make in the future would definitely not be as ugly as the Ironmonger armor. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to wear it. Huh? The big armor? Peter seemed to remember something and turned to look at the Ironmonger armor's blueprints on the screen. Old-fashioned, featureless, bulky. Isn't this the ugly steel armor from the video? Peter looked at Derek with a sad face. "You are lying. This was not given to me by a superhero at all." Hearing this, Derek was stunned for a moment, and then realized, "I'm not lying to you. This is indeed a battle suit, and you also know this superhero. It's Tony Stark, who is on TV right now. This armor was his first suit too." "So, you mean Tony Stark gave his first suit to me?" Peter couldn't believe it. "Of course, if you don't believe me, I still have a video of Tony Stark right here." Derek took out the video camera, dragged the timeline to the beginning to show it to Peter. As a result, Peter saw the scene of Ironmonger grabbing Mark III and smashing it down. Little Peter, seeing that Peter's expression was not right, Derek looked at the camera. "Oh no, I made a mistake. I'll correct it right now." As Derek spoke, he forwarded the video a bit. In the picture, the Ironmonger armor firmly stomped on Mark III. Seeing Tony Stark, the Iron Man, being beaten to pulp by Ironmonger armor, unconsciously, the image of Tony in Peter's heart had fallen a little. Derek felt that Peter's mood should not discourage him too much. After all, it is a good thing for him to have a goal. So he comforted him, "Don't look at Tony Stark being hammered down. In fact, the Mark III he wore is much better. If it weren't for the wrong ways used by the big guy, this would have never happened, and moreover, this armor, as I told you, was also made by Tony Stark." Derek pointed to the Mark I that was hung by an iron chain. "So, in a sense, this steel armor blueprint also belongs to Tony Stark." Hearing his words, Peter finally felt better. Then, Derek looked serious. "Peter, do you know why Tony Stark gave you the blueprints?" Peter thought for a while, and then said, "In order to encourage me. I have to work hard." "No, wrong. To remind me to be careful of villains who might try to steal my suit." "No, so that I don't plagiarize his design." "It's still wrong. Think more." Derek shook his head and explained earnestly, "The purpose of his doing this is definitely to help you make a high-tech battle suit that can defeat him, beat him like a rag doll." "How is that possible?" No one would like to be pushed to the ground and have someone surpass them. Peter looked disbelieving. Although he was still young, Derek couldn't fool him so easily. "You don't believe me again? I have evidence for that too here." Derek forwarded the video to the end and handed it to Peter. "Look, after being hammered down, you can see how happy he is to be smiling like that." Tony's bitter face appeared on the screen in an instant. The smile could barely be seen by Peter, and what attracted more attention was the tattered Mark III on his body, matching with Tony's smile. He's smiling so forcefully. It's not forced, but happy, too happy to laugh. Derek corrected Peter's words. "Wait until you make a high-tech battle suit and beat Tony Stark to the ground. He will definitely be very happy in his heart, because this is the best tribute for idols from their fans." Peter imagined the battle suit he made hitting Tony and beating him. "I see. I'm going to make a battle suit and beat Tony Stark." "That's right. If Tony Stark knew about your determination, he'd be too happy to even smile. Derek patted his thigh excitedly. Since the atmosphere here is so... I'm going to study now. Before Derek finished speaking, Peter ran out of the garage quickly. Derek raised his eyebrows. How could he feel that this kid was getting better and better? For the first time since his transmigration, Derek had a true smile on his face. Not dwelling on that too much, Derek started looking at his achievement system. A new title task. Seeing the appearance of the task, Derek breathed a sigh of relief. Recently, Derek was wondering that if the current title task was not completed, would there be no new ones? Fortunately, it seems that there was no such limit to the number of title tasks that can be started at the same time. Brainwash. No, what is this written? Oh, convincing 15 villains to change their minds. Derek was speechless when he saw the objective of the title task. Does this system have some kind of grudge against the villains? Why does it always have to trouble me with the villains? Fortunately, this time Derek didn't see the word true criminals. Otherwise, the training toolbox he threw into the basement months ago would have to emerge and improve the CVs of the criminals, eventually leading to another bloodbath in the city. However, the difficulty of this task was not any less. I remember there was a Takno Jutsu, but I'm pretty sure it's not in this world. A priest? Derek thought about it for a while, and finally decided to go to a nearby church to find a priest to learn from. Derek took out his mobile phone and searched, and found a church in the south of Brooklyn. Peter, watch the house for me. I'll be out for a while. It's here, right? Derek looked at the church in front of him and walked in without saying a word. The church was quiet, and only a few people could be seen sitting inside. Derek scanned around with the system to look for anyone who qualified the quota. Target meets the conditions. 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 Derek raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that in a holy place like a church, the number of villains spawning was so high. There are 5 villains in a scan he made randomly. At this time, Derek saw one of the villains walking into the confessional deep inside the church. Apparently, the priest of the church was inside the confessional. Derek found a seat and sat down, waiting patiently for the person to come out. After more than 10 minutes, the villain came out of the cabinet, and Derek subconsciously scanned him again with the system. Target does not meet the conditions. The fucko, I'm sorry. Derek was dumbfounded. How did the villain change his mind so quickly? It took longer for Derek to decide what he would eat in breakfast tomorrow. Thinking of this, Derek unconsciously hurried into the confessional. The light inside was very dim. Through the gauze in the middle, he could see a priest in a black robe. Seeing the arrival of Derek, the priest said gently, "Please start." Start what? Please start your confession. Oh, I almost forgot that. Derek finally realized that he was inside the confessional. According to the normal process, he should confess his faults and sins. Father, I don't know if I should talk about it or not. Derek quickly started his acting, pretending to be a sinner who came to confess. He believed that he did not have anything to confess about, and only came to learn how to do this from the priest. It's okay, child. This is a place where you can talk freely. Then, will you help me keep a secret, Father? Everyone's secrets are safe with me. And if you can confide in me, I am more than willing to help you keep them. Well, I believe you. Derek thought for a while and said, It's not about me. It's my friend. He shot and killed someone. Will God forgive him? Hearing Derek's words, the priest realized instantly what Derek was saying. This was not uncommon for him now. According to his experience, generally speaking, this so-called friend must be himself. However, the job of a priest is like a counselor and a lawyer, and he has the obligation to protect his secrets. He would not go to the police, even if he has to give his life. The priest sighed softly. Son, God will forgive everyone. As long as your friend repents sincerely and vows to never to do it again, I certainly believe that God will forgive him. Derek said with some embarrassment. I'm afraid it's a little difficult to forgive me. My friend, he might have killed a little too much. How many? Not many, just a few dozen. The priest widened his eyes. Was this person actually a serial killer? The priest drew a sign of the cross on his chest and managed to control his emotions. Everyone has the opportunity to repent, and we cannot deprive anyone from the right to reform. If you repent sincerely, God will forgive you that friend of yours. Derek looked at the priest in the confessional, blinked his eyes, and suddenly asked, "Father, I have one more question to ask if I use an anesthetic needle to knock someone out, but I sincerely apologize after that. Do you think that person will forgive me?" The priest breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of what other horrible crimes confession would come out of Derek's mouth again. "I think that person will forgive you if you are sincere enough." "I see. I'm really sorry for this then. Sincerely, Father." Before the priest could react, he saw the door of the confessional on his side suddenly open. Piu. The anesthetic needle pierced the priest's thigh, and the priest fell down slowly. "Sorry, but please let me use your identity for a while. Forgive me, God, for I do this sin." Derek placed the priest in the corner of the confessional, then took off his black robe and put on himself. After about a few minutes, Derek saw a person walking in. Target meets the conditions. Immediately afterwards, a woman's voice came from the opposite side. "Father, I am guilty." It seems that this villain is very self-conscious. Derek thought. Derek coughed lightly, trying to sound as gentle and kind as possible as he said, "It's okay, child. This is a place where you can confess about anything, and I'm willing to help you keep a secret." The woman said tremblingly, "Father, Tuvi, he slept with a man who is not my husband." Derek felt that even if he didn't have this title task, he would like to do this again in the future and just listen to some gossip. With the idea of rehabilitating the wicked, Derek said softly, "Child, God will forgive everyone, as long as you repent sincerely and promise never to do it again. I believe God will forgive you." But the woman sobbed softly and continued, "But I would never be able to face my husband and children again. The person I slept with was my husband's brother." "Woman, you do be a hoe," Derek thought to himself. Well, everyone has the opportunity to repent. We cannot deprive anyone of that right. I think if you are sincere enough, your family will forgive you, and your husband will forgive you too. "Really, Father?" "Definitely. But I accidentally became pregnant with my husband's younger brother's child." E/N, damn. Damn. Readers, damn. Derek looked at the comatose priest. What to do now? I did not ask this, so I don't know how to answer this, whatever this is. Not hearing anything for a while, the woman asked, "Father, are you still there?" "I am here. Please tell me, Father, what should I do now?" Derek really had no experience with the plot of this kind of third-rate immoral drama. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "Don't worry, at least when the child grows up, his appearance would not arouse your husband's suspicion." Hearing Derek's words, the woman felt to have unloaded her burden. "Thank you so much, Father. I feel better now. I won't ever betray my husband again in the future." "It's all right, child. May God bless you." Watching the woman leave, Derek glanced at his system. Unlock condition. Convince 15 villains to change their minds. 1/15. Derek curled his lips. "You call this a change of heart? This is just some psychological comfort, nothing more. I believe it won't be long before this kind of person can't help but do this again. Oh well, as long as my mission is completed, she can go for the whole family for all I care." "Thank you, Father. I'll remember that. I'll be a good girl now, even though I've had 2 abortions and was previously a drug addict." "May God forgive you, child," Derek replied skillfully, and then looked at the system. Unlock condition. Convince 15 villains to change their minds. 14/15. Derek had been in the confessional for a few hours now, and the progress bar was finally almost full. He found that this title task did not seem to be as difficult as he imagined. At this time, another person walked into the confessional. Target does not meet the conditions. Seeing the system prompt, Derek lost interest in an instant. But since Derek was sitting in the position of a priest, it was not easy to drive away the person, so he could only continue with the process. "Father, I am guilty." There was no need for Derek to ask anything. The person who came up started speaking. However, this voice seemed familiar to Derek. Immediately afterwards, the person said slowly, "I used to always listen to people's cries for help. I wanted to help those in need. I believed that there would be justice in the courts in broad daylight. But in the end, I was just deceiving myself. Only darkness can fight with darkness. I have to use more violence to stop violence. Derek felt that the more he heard it, the more familiar it became. When he looked closer to the gauze net, he saw that the other party was a man in a suit wearing sunglasses. Yo, isn't this Matt? Derek remembered that Matt was a Catholic, so it was not very surprising that Matt came to church. Just as Derek was thinking, Matt had finished his confession and asked, "Father, do you think violence can really solve the problem?" As Derek was a priest, even if only for a few hours, Derek took his time and answered in a polite voice, "It definitely can't, child." Matt sighed. He knew what he did might be wrong, but what could he do? Now that the situation in Hell's Kitchen was worsening, it was impossible for him to capture all the criminals. However, Derek didn't stop and continued, "Violence can't solve any problems, but it can solve the people who cause problems." Although Matt believes that there is some truth in his sentence, was it okay for a priest to say such a thing? Interrupted by Derek, Matt's originally depressed mood became incoherent. "Father, are you saying that violence is not completely wrong?" Derek then said in a deep voice, "Yes, if the problems can be solved easily, why should we care about the way they are solved?" Matt thought about it, then took a deep breath. "I see. Force is only about solving the worst problems, and that makes sense if violence isn't. Violence is meaningless if it's not used for killing." Derek, you are not a priest. Who are you?" Matt questioned. This time he finally discovered the priest's abnormality. Derek tried to explain. "Child, what are you talking about? I am a priest." Matt didn't believe it at all, and immediately concentrated his skills of perception to the opposite side. At the same time, he heard a heartbeat. Boom, boom, boom. This time it's a minuet, and it's you again. E/N. As far as I know, a minuet is a song on which couples danced in the 18th century. Matt covered his heart with a pale face. He didn't expect to hear Beethoven again here. Derek said cheerfully, "What a coincidence, Lawyer Murdoch. Was the food delicious last time?" Last time, Derek's stinky smoke bombs tortured Matt a lot. The smell lingered on the tip of his nose for a long time, and he had to vomit for several days before he calmed down. As a result, when Fudge came back with a box of food from Derek, Matt forcibly suppressed the anxiety in his heart, gritted his teeth, and said, "What are you doing here?" Derek said helplessly, "Are you blind? I'm a priest. Isn't it normal to find one in a church?" "You are not a priest. The person lying next to you is the real priest. If there was such a bad priest, the church would be done for sooner or later." With his powerful perception, Matt was able to perceive that there was another person in the small space beside Derek. Judging by the beating of his heart, the other person should be just unconscious. He fell asleep, so I came to take his place. Derek opened his eyes and started talking nonsense. "Lawyer Murdoch, if there's nothing else, please don't block the faithful believers who need to use the confessional." His tone was very calm, and it sounded as if he was really thinking about the people. Derek had the ability to control his heartbeat, even while lying, and Matt couldn't judge how much of what he said was true or false. But considering that this was a church, he clenched his fists and finally walked out of the confession room. Before leaving, Matt warned, "I'll be watching you from outside." Derek spread his hands to show his innocence. He was a decent priest. How could he ever mess around? Soon after Matt left, a woman came in. "Father, my precious cat, Tom, died yesterday. Can you please say a prayer for him?" "Sorry, we don't say prayers for animals. Our prayers are only open for the believers." Derek resolutely refused. "But after the prayers, I wanted to donate $50,000 to the church." "How, right? I'll do it, but don't talk about it anywhere else. I just want to pray for your cat also. Our church only accepts cash. You can hand it over to me. I'll put it in the treasury myself." Matt, who was eavesdropping while sitting in the church. If this kind of a person is a priest, God will kill this guy himself with a thunderbolt. As soon as Derek sent away the last villain, the systems prompt appeared. "It's finally finished." Derek didn't hesitate and quickly chose to equip the title in the confessional. Equipped successfully. Title: Super High School Level Priest. Description: May the holy light guide you on your path. Characteristic, mana. Suddenly, Derek felt an obscure and mysterious energy springing up in himself and spread all over his body. Derek's perception became more acute. It was as if there had been a thin veil separating him from the world before, but now that it had been lifted, he could feel all sorts of changes around him. Derek looked down and saw a translucent body emerging from the priest. Derek touched his chin and suddenly had a guess in his head. Could this be the so-called soul? Upon close inspection, Derek saw that the priest's soul was marred by black spots, as if his white robe was stained with mud. Derek stretched out his hand to touch the priest's soul. The energy in Derek's body rushed towards the priest as if it was being sucked by his soul. Due to the infusion of this energy, the black spots that were visible on the priest's robe gradually cleaned until they disappeared completely. Well, the priest's face brightened, and it seemed that he was about to wake up. Derek was a little surprised. The dose of this anesthesia injection could knock an adult unconscious for 4 hours. It has only been a little more than 2 hours. How could he wake up so soon? It must have something to do with the mana in my body. Judging by the state of the priest, mana should not be the one like we see in fiction, but rather, it has the ability to clear negative states, purify things. These are the characteristics of divine power. Could it be that I have supreme mana and can do anything? What about a fireball spell to test my magic? Thinking of this, Derek couldn't help raising his hand to condense the fireball. By the way, what's the fireball spell? Derek was stunned. He hadn't learned any spells, and the spells he knew were only those named in Harry Potter. Avada Kedavra. Derek looked at the priest who was waking up. After waiting for a few seconds, the priest was no longer unconscious and slowly opened his eyes. This time, Derek controlled the magic power to flow to his fingertips, pointing at the priest again and chanting, "A mind control." The priest woke up, and he looked at Derek with a terrified face as he recalled what happened before he fell. Derek's eyes froze. He hurriedly took out an anesthesia gun and shot at the priest. "Let me complete what I was doing." "Priest." The priest fell down after losing his consciousness again, but it was important. There was a large black spot that Derek missed previously and saw right before the priest woke up, thereby stealing the opportunity for him to heal it. According to Derek's guess, the dark spot should be from some other toxins left in his body. In that case, the priest would have to thank me later. As the priest woke up again after getting healed, he realized what Derek did, and instead of scolding him, he said, "May God bless you, boy." After the priest finished talking, Derek walked out of the confessional, only to see Matt standing outside with a blank face. "You devil." What happened in the confessional did not escape Matt's senses. He clearly heard how Derek tricked those faithful and innocent believers, as well as the priest who had been knocked out several times. Derek said in a serious tone, "How can I be a devil? Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. I'm a priest. You can't doubt me just because I am young." Just when Matt was about to refute, a believer who came to the confessional happened to see them. "You!" the man yelled. Matt secretly thought something was wrong. The man must have spotted the mistake in Derek's disguise. But what he was worried about was not Derek's identity being exposed, but Derek's reaction after being exposed. Matt couldn't guarantee whether this guy would become angry or stay calm. Matt tensed up. If Derek made any abnormal movements, he would immediately stop him. The believer looked at Matt, and then at Derek, who was wearing a robe. The man's expression suddenly brightened up. "I'm sorry, Father. I interrupted your communication with a fellow believer." Matt was stunned for a moment. This was completely different from what he thought. However, what Matt did not know was that Derek, who has a super high school priest title equipped at the moment, was a perfect image of a priest in the eyes of believers. His movements and smiles were full of piety and faith. Derek's whole body seemed to be surrounded by divine light. The believer apologized devoutly, hoping to get forgiveness from Derek. Derek drew a perfect cross on his chest and smiled gently. "It's okay, child. You didn't disturb anyone." Even Matt was able to feel it this time. Derek's voice seemed to have a special magical power. Hearing his words, Matt involuntarily became calm. And what was even more surprising was that Matt actually had a thought to confide in Derek. What exactly is going on? If it was not due to the past impression he had of Derek, Matt would also believe that Derek is a real priest like the other believer. Father, thank you for your forgiveness. Looking at Derek's face getting blessed in the sun, the believer felt as if his heart had been baptized. He couldn't help but want to confess his thoughts. Father, I have sinned. I have too many sins to confess. Could I talk to you? Sorry, child, but we're closed now. Come back tomorrow. Ignoring the blank eyes of the believer, Derek walked out of the church in the priest's robe. Matt took a deep breath, and the shaky thoughts in his heart were instantly gone. He faced the statue of God in the church with a sad and indignant expression. God, please come and save your poor believers. The devil has come to the world. If you don't show up again, the devil might influence your believers, and after walking out of the church, Derek turned around and saw that Matt wasn't chasing after him. Thinking of Matt's expression of wanting to talk, but holding back, Derek chuckled. However, Matt's soul was quite pure and strong. Derek could see the souls of everyone, including Matt's. While he was still in the church, he observed that Matt's soul was different from everyone in the church. Even the priest's soul was like an ordinary one. From what he knew now, a soul had nothing to do with faith and was probably related to your energy. Thinking of this, Derek suddenly wondered how pure his own soul was. So, he took a look at the clean glass as he passed by a restaurant. To Derek's disappointment, he saw nothing. Am I soulless, or I cannot see my own soul? Unwilling to give up, Derek leaned close to the glass and stared at it for a long time. He even made several different poses. In the end, he was very disappointed to find that he couldn't see anything, which completely killed his curiosity. Derek sighed, and when he turned to leave, a girl suddenly ran out of the restaurant. Okay, you creep. I have endured you for a long time. A few minutes earlier, the door of the restaurant was pushed open and a tall girl with dark green hair, hanging down till her chest, wearing thick metal bracelets on her wrists, walked inside the restaurant. Her special outfit instantly attracted the attention of many people. Ignoring the gazes around her, her dark green eyes, which were the same color as the hair, looked around the restaurant and soon found her target. As if aware of her arrival, a young man with long hair sitting in the corner of the restaurant suddenly turned his head and smiled at her in a friendly manner. After she sat down, the long-haired young man took the lead. I'm glad you came here. I believe this is our first meeting. I'm John, and this is my companion, Sonia. The red-haired woman sitting next to the long-haired young man nodded. Lorna Dane. The girl with green hair replied coldly. John was not angry with Lorna's tone and said in a polite voice, Dane, we were sent by Ivan, and I invite you here this time to discuss an important matter with you. Would you like to join the Mutant Underground? Is that Ivan, person or woman? Hearing this name, Lorna's attitude improved slightly, but her face still had indifference. She then said calmly, Sorry, I'm not interested in the organization you mentioned. I don't want to join your plan. You should find someone else. Seeing Lorna's resolute refusal, Sonia tried to persuade her. I think you should understand that the ultimate purpose of our organization is to save our oppressed comrades, provide them with a safe place to avoid unfair treatment. Joining us with your ability will definitely help these people. Lorna didn't speak. As a mutant, she understood what Sonia meant. It's like racism based on color. There is discrimination between humans and mutants. It is just more serious and extreme than that. Normal mutants who do not have obvious features on the surface are fine. As long as their abilities are not found out, they will be treated as ordinary humans. But if it is those mutants whose appearance is completely different from that of an ordinary person, their experience can be described as miserable. America even had a bill specifically targeting mutants. As long as mutants use their ability in public, whether it is an accident or for self-defense, the law will consider it a felony and they can be arrested on the spot. It is precisely because of the emergence of this bill that many innocent mutants were directly arrested and put in prison, and the reasons for arresting them were also strange. The most bizarre thing is that there is a mutant whose appearance was too ugly, and it scared passersby, so he was put in prison. E/N. So that is why Wade wore a mask. These days, it is illegal to be ugly, my heart, my soul. Me. Since that time, mutants who even had a speck of doubt regarding their appearance did not go out of their houses. Even the photos uploaded on their social accounts were carefully reviewed so as not to be charged with felonies. John and Sonia's mutant underground organization was created to save these innocent mutants. Simply put, it was against the law, and every member of the organization could be called a criminal. Lorna was also very angry about the law against mutants, but she really didn't show any interest about joining a rescue organization and running around as an outlaw. Sonia continued trying to persuade Lorna and failed miserably. As a veteran, John couldn't see what Lorna was thinking. He finally sighed and stopped Sonia. "Dane, if you change your mind at any time, you can contact us, but I want to remind you that the situation for us mutants is no longer optimistic. We must prepare for a huge battle in advance." John left a card with his number on the table and walked out of the restaurant with Sonia. Looking at the backs of the two leaving through the glass window, Lorna was a little dazed. At this moment, Lorna suddenly noticed a man in a priest's robe stop outside the window, just blocking her sight. She thought the priest was just a passerby, so Lorna didn't care about it first. However, after more than a minute passed, Lorna found that the man was still standing there and showed no intention of leaving. He just stood there, blocking her view of the street outside. Lorna clenched her fists and turned her eyes away as if she didn't see the priest. She turned her head away and ignored him. But driven by curiosity, Lorna couldn't help but glance out of the window after a short while, only to find that the man still didn't leave and even started to put on strange poses. When Lorna saw the man making funny faces at her, she couldn't help but burst out, completely forgetting about the cold image of herself just now, and rushed out of the restaurant. "Okay, you creep. I have endured you for a long time." Derek turned his head to look around and found that there was no one other than the girl with dark green hair. Lorna looked at Derek with a cold face and said, "What were you doing just now?" Derek blinked his eyes in confusion, looking in the mirror. "What else can I do here?" Hearing his words, Lorna glanced at the polished glass of the restaurant and noticed that the people standing outside could not see inside. Lorna's anger disappeared in an instant. She restored her calm face and said, "Aren't you a priest? Why do you put on strange postures when looking in the mirror? It won't be good if you are seen by the people." Looking at Derek's clothes and his way of talking, Lorna reluctantly believed that Derek is a priest. Derek then corrected Lorna. "I think you seem to have some misunderstanding about us priests. We are also human beings. Can't we have our own little habits?" Lorna looked at him suspiciously. "But are you really a priest? You doubt me." Derek's eyes widened. In his short career as a priest, he was questioned twice. This was undoubtedly an insult to him. "No, I did not. You are doubting me. Well, since this is the case, I'll have to prove myself to you." Lorna's expression froze. Derek stared at Lorna for a long time. Lorna expressed familiarity with this stare. She had seen it through the restaurant's glass just now. After staring for a long time, Derek frowned suddenly and said with a serious face, "Girl, I sense an evil entity around you. I suspect that you have encountered a demon recently." "Demon?" Lorna raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Father, are you serious? I don't remember encountering any strange thing. So what kind of demon are you talking about?" Derek shook his head. "I don't know. Although I'm a priest, to tell you the truth, I just became one not too long ago. My theoretical knowledge is still lacking, but I can sense it. It has a very bad smell. It smells bad." Lorna was expressionless. She seriously doubted what Derek was saying. Moreover, this was almost an insult, and no girl would bear it. Lorna's face became more and more gloomy, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Even if you are a priest, it doesn't mean you can talk nonsense to me. Listen to me clearly. I take a bath every day. It is impossible for me to smell like you said." As soon as she finished speaking, Lorna was startled suddenly. Something was wrong. This didn't seem like her character at all. In the past, she was too lazy to talk nonsense with others, let alone reveal things involving her privacy to a complete stranger. The thing was, under the influence of Derek's super high school priest, Lorna unknowingly let go of her defenses. With her guards down, she stood outside the restaurant and chatted with Derek, until Lorna noticed a trace of abnormality. Derek spread his hands helplessly. "Believe me, it really smells. If you don't believe me, let me describe it to you. It's like cheese mixed with canned herring that has been boiled for several days and then put in a cool place." The corner of Lorna's mouth twitched a few times, resisting the thought of a rebuttal. She turned around and left. She didn't know what this strange feeling was, but her intuition told her that she must leave quickly, otherwise she would become weirder. No one even believes an honest priest. What has happened to this world? Seeing Lorna's back, Derek couldn't help shaking his head. He really wasn't lying, though. Although there is nothing special about Lorna's soul, Derek saw a faint black aura around Lorna. The black aura was very weak, and it doesn't seem to affect her too much. It was as if Lorna got it accidentally. With the blessing of insight, Derek had a special perception ability. Just like Matt, he can see everything through powerful perception without using his eyes. And Derek smelled the filthy aura exuding from this mass of black aura through insight. As a priest, how can I just sit back and watch an innocent person get harmed by a demon? Not to mention, eliminating demons is a priest's job. Derek then started following Lorna without any hesitation, while trying to think about a reason for his stalking in case he got caught. Twilight Falls, Brooklyn, Stoke neighborhood. Derek stopped, looking at the open bar not far away. He could smell a lingering scent. Lorna should be inside. Without any further ado, Derek walked into the bar. Immediately afterwards, he heard a deafening electronic sound. Colored lights flickered above his head, and on the spacious dance floor, countless heads were shaking. The air was always filled with a strong smell of drugs. Derek glanced around the bar, but did not see Lorna for a while. He then walked to the bar, waved his hand, and called the bartender over. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" "Give me a glass of beer." Just as the bartender was about to get him the order, he noticed that Derek wore a priest's robe. Have the believers of God fallen? Derek sat at the bar and continued to observe. The lights in this bar were very dim, but this did not affect Derek's perception. The souls of everyone in the bar were being looked at by him. Some of them even caught his attention. They were not translucent souls like normal people. The souls of these people were almost not humanoid, viscous, and foul-smelling. Thick black mist exuded from their whole bodies. If a camera could capture this, Derek would have wanted to record it and send it to Wade, so he would realize that there are uglier things than him in this world. Derek then suddenly smelled it, cheese mixed with canned herring. It seems like that girl came to this place, and her breath was contaminated with the breath of these creatures. This now raised a question in Derek's mind. What were these people? Normal drug addicts couldn't have such bad souls. Derek withdrew and rubbed his eyes with discomfort. The lights in the bar were so sharp that his eyes almost hurt. Seeing the black guy next to him, wearing sunglasses, Derek patted him on the shoulder in a joking manner and asked, "Hey buddy, will you sell me your sunglasses?" The fuck, who is this bitch? As an African-American who suffered discrimination since childhood, he was mistaken and thought that Derek was trying to make a joke about him. He wanted to teach Derek a lesson, but when he saw him, his eyes suddenly widened. "Father, it's you? Why are you here?" "Huh?" Derek looked puzzled and saw the man take off his sunglasses. "Father, have you forgotten already? We just met in church today." Seeing the man's face, Derek remembered. "Oh yes, he came to the church, the believer I believe." Derek instantly changed his personality and put on an elegant, respectful expression. He asked with a gentle smile, "I of course haven't forgotten you, my child. Every child who believes in the great Lord will stay in my heart forever." The lights of the bar shone on Derek, and the man felt as if it was a holy light. Although the holy light had many vibrant colors, the man was still deeply touched and no longer thought about why Derek was there. He clasped his hands together and clenched his fists as if praying, and said reverently, "Father, you are a great man." Derek, this scene would be perfectly normal in a church, but why was he doing this in a place like a bar? "Since I know you, let me get to the point. I urgently need your sunglasses." "No problem. If you like this pair of sunglasses, I'll give you this pair of sunglasses. Priest, if you want something to drink, just order it. It'll be my treat." What an embarrassment. Derek immediately put on his sunglasses and said to the bartender, "Bring me a glass of your best scotch and let this kind believer bear its credit. Father, you really drink? I ain't ordering scotch to sniff it, so yes. Bartender, the damned priest these days, if the church is full of things like him, it'll all be over sooner or later. There she is. Derek spotted Lorna in the club's entertainment area. Seeing that she was playing billiards with a blonde man, Derek narrowed his eyes slightly and noticed that the blondie's soul was also rotten. After saying goodbye to the devout believer, Derek picked up the scotch and walked over to Lorna. On the table, Derek saw Lorna take the club and hit the white ball beautifully. With its inertia, the ball crashed into a red ball, but the direction was a little off for the red one to reach the pocket. The billiard ball was moving slowly. Just when it was about to hit the corner and stop, Lorna's fingertips flashed green, and the billiard ball that was about to stop regained momentum, made a graceful turn, and finally fell into a pocket. Lorna looked up at the blonde man and said, "You lost. According to the agreement, you need to pay me $500. Damn it." The billiard ball turned weirdly. The blondie's eyes widened in disbelief. "Haha, even bullets can turn. What's so strange about a ball turning?" When a familiar voice came, Lorna turned her head and was stunned for a moment. At that moment, Derek, who was wearing a priest's robe, sunglasses on his eyes, a glass of scotch in his hand, his body swaying with the music, walked towards Lorna with dawdling steps. The blonde man was stunned. This priest played quite wild. "It's you." Lorna recognized Derek and asked in shock, "Why are you here? Look at you asking this stupid question. Can't you tell? Obviously, I'm here to exorcise the demons." Derek took a big sip of his scotch. His face turned red, and he almost couldn't hold back his mouth. But fortunately, his self-healing ability helped him instantly get the alcohol out of his body. Lorna, hearing Derek's words, the blonde man's complexion changed slightly. But seeing Derek's completely unreliable state, he instantly dispelled the suspicions in his heart and looked at Lorna. "Is this priest your friend?" "Nope, don't know him." Lorna immediately denied it, staring at Derek with strange eyes. "Could it be that you followed me here?" "How can that be possible?" Derek didn't admit it and explained, "I just happened to pass by, and then I felt that there was a devil's breath here, and it stinks very badly, so I came in to tell him a brush," he said, pretending to be drunk. The corners of Lorna's eyes twitched. "This is going to end." Derek then whispered seriously, "Don't worry, with me here, these demons can't hurt anyone. You may not know. In fact, exorcism is a compulsory study course in our church, and I was the best student in my batch." "So, Father, are you here to exorcise demons?" The blonde man laughed. "Exactly. Then, why can't I see your exorcism tools?" The blonde man took a look at Derek. Derek smiled and said, "I am proficient in all kinds of powerful spells. Demons are no problem at all. But still, to be ready for anything, I brought the holy water from our church. No matter how powerful the demons are, they will be exorcised," Derek said as he put his hand forward. Lorna and the blonde man looked at the scotch in Derek's hand. This holy water is indeed quite strong. Under the speechless gaze of the two, Derek took a sip of the scotch version of holy water. "By the way, what are you guys playing? How about I join in too? Billiards, $500 a pocket. You interested?" Derek shook his head and said arrogantly, $500 is too little. $2,000 per pocket. Bloody hell. Are all priests so rich? Lorna thought. "No problem." The blonde man nodded decisively in agreement and turned to look at Lorna. "Your $500 will be given to you later." Lorna glanced at the clock on the wall and replied indifferently, "All right, just hurry up." Before the game started, the blonde man seemed to think of something and said, "Father, you don't know how to play billiards, do you? Our church indeed doesn't teach this." "That puts me at ease." The blonde-haired man took the shot first, separating all the balls with his shot. "It's your turn, Father." Derek put down the scotch in his hand, picked up Lorna's cue stick, walked to the table, and bent down slowly. "Bullet time." Tap, tap. Derek directly made a miracle happen. The ball sent out from his stick hit all the other balls precisely. By the time the white ball stopped, only half of the billiard balls remained on the table. The blondie, Lorna. As the last billiard ball fell into the corner pocket, Derek stood up cheerfully. "I won. Money give." The blonde man had a complicated expression seeing Derek's hand extended towards him. Father, you're not a professional player, are you? How could that be possible? I am the worst one in our church. How can I be compared to a professional player? Derek took a sip of holy water, scotch, and spread his hand again. Give me my money. Seeing Derek's face that desperately wanted money, Lorna was a little speechless. She thought that Derek lied about coming to the club to exorcise demons. He was rather here to have fun. She rolled her eyes, looked at the blonde man, and said, "You should give him the money according to the rules." The blonde man smiled helplessly. "I don't carry that much cash all the time, but my friends are nearby. I'll go find them and give you the money later." Lorna frowned, and she became vigilant. "You can tell your friends to come over. They're doing something important right now, and they definitely wouldn't want to come over. Don't worry, I won't run away. Just wait here for me." When the blonde man said this, it was obvious that he would run away if the two of them didn't follow him. Lorna felt more and more wrong. Just when she was about to say something, Derek suddenly grabbed the blondie's arm and said impatiently, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find your friends. 2,000 USD is my monthly salary. I can't lose it." After speaking, Derek dragged the blonde man out of the entertainment room. Watching the blonde man gradually get dragged away by Derek, Lorna followed them. "They're here." The blonde man pushed open the back door of the bar and brought Derek and Lorna to the spooky alley behind the bar. Lorna walked up to Derek and whispered, "He sounds like a problem." Derek was surprised and asked, "Weren't you familiar with him?" "How would I know him? I just heard that there are people here who pay to play games, so I come here to earn a little pocket money." Lorna inadvertently started to talk too much. Realizing this, she quickly stopped and said in a muffled voice, "Anyway, this person is definitely not good news. If you see something wrong happening, run." She wasn't afraid of some third-grade gangsters, but she felt that it was unnecessary for a priest like Derek to be involved in all this. Derek nodded. "I knew it from the start. He is a demon. I smell an evil breath on him." "Huh. Why are you still saying such things?" Lorna was convinced. She now knew that Derek was completely useless and unreliable. She'll have to do all the work herself. When the two walked into the alley, they felt several eyes staring at them. They saw a man and a woman slowly walking out from the corner of the alley. Their scarlet eyes stared at Derek and Lorna firmly, like a hungry wolf looking at its prey. In Derek's terms, the souls of these two were just like the blonde man's, and these two looked like the friends Blondie was talking about. "Mark, boy, this is different from what we agreed upon. Why is there a priest?" Seeing Derek's clothes, the woman said with some uncertainty. It might be because of her lack of awareness, but it was her first time seeing a priest wearing sunglasses and drinking scotch. The blonde man turned his head to look at Derek, with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. He appeared out of nowhere. "Don't worry, he was also tricked by me into coming here. It seems like we can enjoy 2 meals today, Lucky. All right, I'm going to be the first one to feast on the priest's blood." The woman couldn't help but lick her lips and show her sharp fangs. Seeing such obvious features, Derek instantly understood that these things are the legendary blood-sucking vampires. Although she looks like a bitch on the outside, too, I didn't expect her soul to be this ugly. Derek said, still calmly drinking his scotch. "In that case, that hot babe is mine." The man chuckled a little before rushing towards Lorna like a hungry wolf. Although Lorna was taken aback by the man's appearance, her reaction was quick. A green glow emerged from her hands, and the trash can in the corner of the alley flew towards the man. Boom! The man was unprepared and was thrown away. The blonde man and the girl were taken aback. Seeing green light coming from Lorna's hands, the blonde man exclaimed, "Damn it, she's a fucking mutant." No wonder the ball turned. She obviously cheated. The girl glanced at him. "Do you miss the point here?" Lorna's face had a bad complexion. She didn't expect that these guys would not be humans. Now, her identity as a mutant was exposed too soon, and, according to America's Mutant Act, if someone reports her, she may get arrested. The man who was knocked down quickly got up without any scars on his body and said unscrupulously, "That's a mutant?" Hearing the man's words, Lorna gritted her teeth. The green light of her hands became more dazzling, and the manhole cover below suddenly floated up to protect her from the two's attacks. "Stop talking nonsense and kill this mutant quickly. This is not a territory we can mess in. If there's a big commotion, we will be in trouble," the blond man urged. He reached out and took out the contact lenses from his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red pupils. Apparently, the blondie was also a vampire. Lorna didn't have much combat experience, and she couldn't help but feel a little flustered when she saw the three vampires staring at her, as if she was food. She looked at Derek next to her and said anxiously, "Run. These people are dangerous." Derek took a sip of scotch and said calmly, "Don't worry. I'm a professional exorcist." Exorcism. The man looked at Derek. He was neither tall nor strong, and he didn't have any items like a cross on his body. He then laughed disdainfully. "Father, where is your cross and your Bible?" "This thing." A pistol appeared in Derek's hand. The holy energy of Derek, as a priest, was infused to the bullet, and he shot the vampire. Bang! The man had a hole in his head a moment later. Before everyone could react, the man turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared and was spread by the light breeze. The vampire was dead. The moment the bullet made contact with the man's body, the mana attached to it rushed into his polluted soul. Like a spark falling into an oil drum, the soul of that man was instantly ignited and started burning crazily. Derek faintly heard the howl of the man's soul, which was completely burned by his holy power. The soul was followed by his body, which also burned at a speed that the naked eye could not even catch. Not even the man's clothes were left, and the breeze blew away the remaining ashes of the man. I mean, these vampires died in a very nature-friendly way. They left no garbage behind. Derek was a little surprised. He just wanted to try infusing his new power into the bullet to see what would happen, but he didn't expect the effect to be so good. After he exorcised the man, Derek could feel a slight change in the mana in his body, and there was actually a little more divine power, although it didn't seem obvious. Apparently, killing a vampire also increases his power. Thinking of this, Derek looked at the remaining two vampires with hungry eyes. For him, more divine power was definitely better. Anyway, it won't do him any harm. Looking at the spot where the man's ashes disappeared, the blonde man and the woman were shocked. Even Lorna was amazed. She thought it would be a hard battle, but as soon as Derek got involved, he eliminated one of the enemies, bringing the numbers of both sides to an equilibrium. This made Lorna feel relieved, but at the same time, she couldn't help but feel curious about Derek's real identity. No normal priest would carry a gun with him. "Are you really here to exorcise demons?" Lorna asked. "Definitely am." Derek, wearing a priest's black robe and holding a modified pistol in his hand, said seriously, "I even brought the strongest exorcism tool from our church. I am very serious about my job." Lorna was confused. Since when did churches start exorcising demons like this? As for the blonde man and the other woman, they were trembling. Originally, they thought they were the hunters while Derek and Lorna were their prey. Now, the situation has changed. Now they were the prey. "Oh, how the turned have tables," Derek thought to himself. "It's silver." He added silver to his bullet. The blonde man's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his voice trembled. "This guy's a vampire hunter." Vampires are creatures that are very difficult to kill. Ordinary weapons have no effect on them. Even powerful guns' bullets inflicted limited damage on them. Their immortal body would recover quickly after being destroyed, so they weren't afraid of even humans holding guns. Only pure silver weapons could completely restrain vampires and cause irreparable damage to them. As far as the blonde man knew, this method of filling bullets with silver was usually only done by vampire hunters who specialized in hunting vampires. He thought Derek in front of him was also a vampire hunter. Derek corrected, "No, I'm a priest, not a vampire hunter. I am the best trainee in exorcism who has studied it for more than 2.5 years, and this is just one of my many powerful spells." Facing the muzzle of the gun, the blonde man and the carrion woman swallowed once. Derek walked to the two vampires, smiled, and asked kindly, "Tell me what's going on in this bar and why there's so many vampires in it." The blonde man hesitated, but seeing Derek's finger on the trigger, he quickly said, "This bar is Dickon Firth's private property, and it is open to all the vampires. We can use this place to take away the humans inside and use them as our food. E/N. I haven't read the comics, so is Dickon Firth the right name? If no, tell please. Hearing this, Lorna looked a little angry, feeling that she was about to be used as food by these vampires. Derek asked curiously, "Who is Dickon Firth?" The woman then explained, "He is the leader of the new generation of vampires from the Vlad family. He is very powerful." Derek understood that this person was the kingpin of vampires. "Go to hell, you vampire hunter." Seeing Derek get closer and closer, the woman suddenly rioted. They may not be able to defeat Derek from a long distance, but at close range, vampires are not afraid of humans. The woman thought so, and the moment she was about to touch Derek, a fist with divine power suddenly entered her sight. "Stupid you are." The woman fell to the ground in front of Derek. She rolled on the ground like crazy, screaming miserably. The blond man looked over in horror. He saw that a large piece of skin had been corroded from the woman's cheek, and even the bones inside could be seen. He had obviously used a silver bullet before, but how did he do this? Derek sighed and said helplessly, "Why do you say that again and again? I have already told you that I know magic spells. Didn't you send her forward to test it out?" As he spoke, Derek infused mana into his right foot and stomped the woman's head. Oh! The woman's head quickly started to burn and instantly turned into ashes. What a cruel priest. Isn't he just murdering us? The blond man knelt down resolutely and begged, "Father, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. You may not know, but I am also a believer of the Lord." Derek was immediately happy. He asked, "Since you're a vampire, you might not be able to go to a church. I'll help you." Derek patted the blond man on the shoulder and asked him with a smile, "Do you have any money?" The blond man nodded vigorously. "Yes, I have $1,000 on me. Take it out." The blond man obediently followed Derek's order and took out the money. After Derek snatched the money from him, the blond man asked, "Father, isn't this considered robbery?" "How come? This money is donated to the church by you. I'll just be keeping it safe with me." Derek smiled slightly, bent down, placed his arm on the blond man's back, and said kindly while handing him the scotch, "Come, this is your believer's welfare. After drinking this cup of holy water, you'll be a true member of the church." The blond man was a little scared. Now that Derek's identity has been confirmed, the holy water he mentioned is probably real. What if it is really a glass of blessed holy water? The blond man braced himself and sniffed the glass of scotch, only to smell some real alcohol. After a moment of hesitation, the blond man dipped his finger into the glass and put it in his mouth later to taste. "This taste, isn't that just normal scotch?" The blond man took Derek's scotch, laughed boldly, and said, "Ha ha, Father, I like this holy water a lot." The blond man quickly gulped down the whiskey and soon reached the bottom of the glass. He wiped the stains from the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Good stuff." As soon as the words fell, his body started burning instantly and turned into ashes. The glass fell to the ground and broke. "Fuck, I am not paying for it. He was the one who broke it," Derek yelled. "Is this really holy water?" Seeing the scene where the blond man set himself on fire, Lorna opened her mouth slightly. Lu Chuang proudly said, "Yes, this is the holy water I personally prepared, and the exorcism effect is amazing." He was right. This cup of holy water was indeed prepared by himself, because he added some mana to the whiskey, but the effect was not bad. After killing the 3 vampires, Lu Chuang could feel that the magic power in his body increased significantly. Lu Chuang turned his head to look at the bar, and suddenly had an idea in his heart. "Green elf, do you want some money?" Lu Chuang grabbed the $1,000 given by the blond man and waved it in front of Lorna like a dog. Lorna's eyelids twitched, she gritted her teeth, and said, "My name is Lorna, not a green elf." "Almost." Lu Chuang continued to shake the dollar bills and smiled. "I think you seem to be able to control the metal. Why don't we cooperate, and then our profits will be shared equally?" Seeing that Lu Chuang didn't care about her mutant status at all, Lorna felt a little more relaxed. To be honest, she was really worried that Lu Chuang would report her. After all, many ordinary people discriminated against mutant. Although she is not sure whether Lu Chuang belongs to the category of 267 of ordinary people. Lorna crossed her arms and said, "What do you want to do?" "Let's say yes first. I will not do illegal things." "You think too much. I'm a priest. How could I do something illegal?" Lu Chuang looked at Lorna with an absurd expression, thinking that Lorna must have misunderstood him. Lorna made no comment. "Don't worry. It's very simple. I guarantee it won't be difficult. Gentlemen, if I could take a moment of your time, I would like to speak to you about our God and Savior." In the bar, a man was looking around when he suddenly saw a priest wearing sunglasses coming. His body was shaking with the dynamic music, and his speech was in a certain rhythm. The man was speechless. He didn't know whether to say that the other party was not doing his job properly or dedicated. You say he is dedicated, but a priest is having such a good time in a bar. You can say that he is not doing his job properly, but he never forgets to preach to others when he is having such a good time. Facing a stranger's initiative to strike up a conversation, the man didn't show any impatience on his face, but instead smiled strangely. "Definitely yes. I happen to be very interested in God. Why don't we go to a quieter place to talk in detail?" "Okay, sir, follow me." The priest walked away with a dancing posture, and the man followed with a smile on his face. When a man followed the priest to the corner of the bar, the man squinted his eyes and was about to see if anyone was passing by, but he found that the priest took a step ahead, shaking his head and looking around like a thief. Just when a man was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt his limbs tighten. His hands and feet were tightly bound by metal objects, and even his neck was locked by an iron rod. The man showed a look of panic, not knowing what happened. He could only look at the priest in front of him. "Father, what does this mean?" "Don't worry. These are some necessary means of preaching in our church, and there is nothing dangerous." Then why are you taking my wallet?" Lu Chuang took out all the banknotes from the man's wallet. His expression was joyful, and then became serious. "This is my baptism for you, which means to eliminate the original sin and all punishments, and money is the root of all evil, which is a felony. Now I have helped you get rid of this sin, so you don't need to thank me. F***K original sin. I only know the crime of robbery, and now your behavior is robbery." The man was burning with anger, but accidentally glanced at a pile of ashes in the corner and immediately showed what he thought was the most friendly and sincere smile in his life. "Thank you. Father, you are so great that now can you tell me about God? I can't wait to hear it." Lu Chuang smiled slightly. "Well, then I will send you to God and let him tell you personally." Under the man's terrified eyes, Lu Chuang raised a metal dagger with mana and pierced it into the man's head. The man couldn't even scream, and his whole body was reduced to a pile of ashes. "Green elf, come out and wash the floor. I've said it so many times. My name is Lorna. Lorna, not green elf." Lorna stepped out from the corner, with a green light on her fingertips, skillfully controlling a broom with a metal handle, sweeping the ashes on the ground to the corner. "Almost." Lu Chuang smiled and gave half of the money in his hand to Lorna. "According to the agreement, we will get 5 to 5 points. The guy named Fife is really a good guy. He actually set up such a perfect place for us. These stupid vampires came here by themselves after seducing them a few times. This wave earned blood. Confirmed, this greedy guy is definitely not out to exorcise demons." Seeing Lu Chuang standing there counting the money with a happy face, Lorna looked disdainful and scoffed at this behavior. Then, she lowered her head and counted the banknotes in her hand. "It doesn't mean anything else. It's just that I can't trust this priest with a bad personality. After all, this is my hard-earned money. After all, I have to be more cautious. Which one is this?" Lu Chuang did some calculations, and this is already the 13th vampire they killed secretly. During this period, his mana has increased by about 1/10 of the original, and the growth rate is still very obvious. Brushing monsters increases the sense of experience. Lu Chuang waved his hand. "Keep going. Let's brush the copy all night tonight. Whoever walks is the dog." "Hurry up. I'm in a hurry," Lorna said impatiently. If it wasn't for the money, For the sake of solving vampires and eliminating harm for the people, she would have gone home to rest a long time ago. Why would she stay in such a ghostly place for so long? Lu Chuang nodded and continued to run into the bar to find the target. Sir, if I could take a moment of your time, I would like to speak to you about our God and Savior. Among the huge amounts of villas, a blond young man was sitting by the pool. He was holding a wine glass, shaking the blood-red, viscous liquid, and his posture was full of pretentious, aristocratic etiquette. And he was surrounded by two women with blood-red pupils. The fangs in their mouths were stained with scarlet blood, and they pressed against the young man to continuously generate friction. At this time, a strong man came over, leaned into the young man's ear and whispered, "Fez, there's a problem with a property on our site." Under the faint light, Faith's skin looked extremely pale. He took a sip of the blood-red liquid in the wine glass and said lazily, "What's the problem this time? Are those idiots doing business and being discovered by the guests? Or are there troubles?" The movement attracted the police. It's not surprising that these things happen. Every once in a while, something happens in his industry. However, Faith is not worried about this. After all, the police also have their people, that is, the group of human beings who dream of becoming vampires. In order to have the ability of immortality, many people are willing to sell their bodies or even soul, let alone become a vampire's slave. In Faith's eyes, vampires are the higher races, and human beings are nothing but their slaves and food. The strong man shook his head. "No, it's our people who discovered that many vampires in the bar suddenly disappeared." Hearing the strong man's words, Faith's eyes flashed with blood. He immediately pushed the two women away, stared at the strong man, and asked, "What's going on? Did Daywalker appear again?" "It's not clear. All the monitors in the bar were damaged, and we couldn't find a specific reason. However, according to the guests at the bar, some people seemed to see a broom sweeping dust in the corner that night. Some heard green elves or something, and some even saw a green, ghostly figure. Plus, a large number of vampires suddenly disappeared in the bar." The muscular man had a strange expression. Nowadays, there are rumors about a witch with a long nose and green skin. The vampires are worried that there is a witch hunting vampires. They are too scared to come to our bar. Faith's expression froze, with an expression of "Your king kidding me. It's their vampires' territory. Even if urban legends are mostly about vampires, where did this witch come from? The most outrageous thing about 0.9 is that a group of vampires are actually afraid of a witch in a fairy tale. Should I praise you for your childlike innocence?" Faith took a deep breath and asked, "How about the group of humans? Were they also scared away by the so-called witches?" "That's not true. After hearing the legend of the witch, those human beings came here more happily. Every day, some YouTube celebrities come to our bar to shoot videos, just to witness the legendary witch with their own eyes, and then upload them to the YouTube account to attract fans." "Faith, well, these humans are bolder than their vampires. Do humans like to die so much?" The strong man continued, "Fez, the daily benefits of our bar are almost more than the combined benefits of other industries. The family suggested that we change the bar into an internet celebrity bar and hire some famous YouTube internet celebrities to go to the bar. There will be a live broadcast in the store." The corner of Faith's mouth twitched. Which businessman came up with this idea? It makes a damn sense. But making their noble vampires serve humans? K it. Don't even think about it. What the hell? That bar owned by a vampire has now become a mecca for online celebrity check-ins. Even the name has changed from the Bloody Bar to the Witch's Bar, and the icon is still the long-nosed, green-skinned witch from fairy tales. After 3 days, Lu Chuang listened to what Lorna slowly narrated on the phone, with a dumbfounded expression. Who the hell came up with this idea? So King creative. Lu Chuang never imagined that there are crouching dragons and phoenixes hidden among the vampires. So he transformed the vampire's hunting ground into a holy place for online celebrity check-in, and directly changed the horror painting style to the earthy painting style. Why don't you find a vampire to live broadcast headshots for veterans and guarantee that it will be popular all over the world the next day? It was difficult for Lu Chuang to accept this reality for a while, but Lorna on the other end of the phone couldn't bear it anymore. An angry voice came from the phone. "You bastard priest. I've said it countless times. My name is Lorna. Lorna. If I'm not Green Elf, you just won't listen. Well, here comes a damn witch legend. And now the bar has become a 13 internet celebrity bar, and all those vampires are gone. My pocket money is gone." From Lorna's words, it could be seen how angry she is at the moment, and she even forgot to cover up her true thoughts. Since the bar had their own harvest, Lu Chuang and Lorna made an appointment to go to that bar every night to hunt vampires. Lu Chuang was in charge of seduction, Lorna was in charge of control, and then Lu Chuang was in charge of harvesting. And finally, the two shared the small money equally. Although their cooperation is becoming more and more tacit, it is inevitable that people will find out if they do this kind of thing too much. Especially Lorna's hair color is hard to avoid being noticed. As the person concerned, it is actually not difficult to guess what the truth of this witch legend is. Even so, Lorna could not accept this fact. Not to mention her, there must be no girl who can accept her image, which looks like a witch with green skin, long nose, and wrinkled skin in The Wizard of Green Rice. Now Lorna can't even imagine what kind of scene it will be if she is found to be a legendary witch. It will be a scene of social death. And Lorna heard that many mutants have their own code names. So what should she be called, witch? This code name sounds like a super evil villain. The more Lorna thought about it, the angrier she became. She wished she could directly strangle Lu Chuang's neck through the phone. Hearing Lorna's worry, Lu Chuang comforted, "It's okay. Now only I know that you are that witch, and I promise I won't tell it. Except for the two of us, no third person will know that you are a witch." What witch? Is it the witch legend that has become popular on YouTube recently? Next to him, the little Peter who was doing exercises suddenly raised his head and exclaimed, "My God, you even know a witch. Could it be that she is also a superhero?" Little Peter's voice was unusually loud, and Lu Chuang could clearly feel that Lorna on the other end of the phone paused for a few seconds. "You bastard god, toot toot." Lu Chuang hung up the phone directly. He was afraid that if he continued speaking, Lorna would turn into a green Titan Hulk in anger. However, Lu Chuang couldn't help feeling a little pity when he heard that the bar owned by the vampire was gone. After 3 days of struggle, the mana in his body has increased by nearly half. There's just one problem. For the application of mana, Lu Chuang is still stuck in the rough technique of attaching weapons or other people. He instinctively thinks that there will be a better way to use it, but he just has no clue. In this regard, Lu Chuang already has plans. He knows that there are real spells in the Marvel world. Maybe he can learn the corresponding skills when he finds those spells. Putting down the phone, Lu Chuang looked at little Peter with a smile. "Little Peter, why don't you have time to play with the computer recently? Do you think there are too few exercises? It just so happens that I made a small amount of money as a big brother recently. Why don't I give you 30 kilograms? Let's treat it as an early birthday present." Little Peter almost missed his pen. He hasn't finished half of the 30-pound exercises that Lu Chuang sent before, and now the weight unit has been doubled, which is killing him. Little Peter quickly raised his hand and explained, "I use the computer for a reason. It's the design drawing of the steel armor. I want to check the price of the materials, but I found that those materials are a bit expensive." Lu Chuang curled his lips in disdain. As a millionaire, he was fearless and patted his chest and said, "Little Peter, you may not know me very well. I have nothing good about me. I just have money, and I can use money to solve the problem. It's not a problem. Just give me a number. How much will it cost in total?" "Really? That's great. I roughly calculated it's not much. Only $50 million is enough." Lu Chuang suddenly fell silent. After a long time, Lu Chuang slowly said, "I suddenly feel that my self-awareness is still not clear enough. You continue to do exercises here, and I'll go out to blow the air." The little Peter looked at Lu Chuang in confusion, only feeling that the other person's back seemed a little lonely. He was young and didn't know. The collapse of adults is often just a moment. "Weasel, I'm out of money." In Sister Margaret's bar, Lu Chuang put the pistol on the table with a snap and said bluntly. The weasel widened his eyes and said in a panic, It's useless if you want to rob me. I'm just a poor man. If you want to rob, go and rob that guy Wade. He must have money. For 93 if you need it. I can also tell you where he lives. As expected of a good brother, facing Lu Chuang's threat, Weasel resolutely sold Wade. What a mess. Lu Chuang explained. I mean, I want to go back to work and continue to be my mercenary. So you quickly introduced me to the commission. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Weasel breathed a sigh of relief. You said it earlier, you almost scared me to death. I saw you pulled out your gun and thought you were trying to rob me. How is it possible I know your home address? If I want it, won't I just break through the door and take it directly? Seeing that the Weasel didn't speak, Lu Chuang said anxiously, quickly find out if anyone else wants to offer me a reward, preferably a high reward. The Weasel was startled. It wasn't the first time he saw someone wishing to be rewarded by the island. He shook his head. No, since that time you were caught, after you caught yourself, there's no news of a bounty on you. Lu Chuang secretly thought it was a pity. It seems that this shortcut to get quick money is impossible. Well, I'm just asking casually. It doesn't mean anything else. Has Wade been offered a reward? I know what you want to do, but unfortunately, no. By the way, I remember that you and Wade made a lot of money a while ago. How long has it passed? Why are you suddenly short of money? Forget it. I wanted a bigger figure, but in the end, I couldn't afford it. It's just a toy. How much is it worth? Not much, just 50 million US dollars. The Weasel looked skeptical about life. Is it because I can't keep up with the times, and now the figures are so valuable? Lu Chuang sighed. In fact, he also forgot that the price of making a set of steel armor is not cheap. The material of the steel armor is the top aviation material. For a big rich like Tony Stark, this amount of money is naturally not a problem. They make dozens of sets every minute and blow them up in the air as fireworks. But the problem is that now Lu Chuang's total assets are not even a fraction of Tony Stark's. Lu Chuang has made some calculations, and with his current funds, he can at most make a steel crotch. Well, it seems that the world is changing too fast. Weasel shrugged, and then skillfully took out a stack of black cards. These are high-paying tasks. You can see for yourself. Lu Chuang flipped through the black cards, skipping those that didn't meet the requirements, and soon saw an interesting commission. Target, Frank Amick. Commission content, kill the drug lord Amick, and the range of activities is in New York. Remuneration, 5 million USD. Just seeing the name of the commission target, Lu Chuang thought it was Frank the Punisher, but after looking back, he realized that it was a drug lord in New York. I took this commission. Seeing this generous reward, Lu Chuang chose this commission without thinking too much. The Weasel glanced at the black card, showing an inexplicable expression. Wait a minute, the situation of this entrustment is a bit special. Special? Well, before accepting the entrustment, the employer has a special requirement. That is, he wants to personally confirm the strength of the entrusting party. Only after passing the test can he accept the entrustment. Hearing what the Weasel said, Lu Chuang was a little surprised. According to her, usually employers hide behind the scenes to issue commissions, trying to ensure that they do not reveal their identities. But this employer jumped out and asked to confirm the strength of the mercenaries. This is the first time he has heard of such a thing. In view of the strangeness of the commission, Lu Chuang couldn't help asking, "Are you sure there is no problem with the commission this time?" Lu Chuang has not forgotten the commission to sabotage the gangster's deal. The reward was only 100,000 yuan, so he took on a risk of tens of millions. Although Boss Jean made compensation afterwards, this kind of entrustment that is full of scams can still be avoided as much as possible. The Weasel knew that Lu Chuang was worried and said helplessly, "You can rest assured this time, because some of us have already taken over the commission before you, but they were all driven back by the employer because their strength is not up to standard. An employer also specifically contacted me, saying that there is no need to contact him if you will be like this in the future." Lu Chuang immediately became interested when he heard this. He had no choice but to see such an arrogant person with his own eyes. It's all said and done. As the leader of Sister Margaret's bar, it seems that I have to accept this commission. Weasel is speechless. When did you become the leader here? Do other mercenaries know about this? However, Weasel also knows Lu Chuang's strength. In a sense, Lu Chuang can indeed be regarded as the number one in their sister Margaret's bar, and alongside him is the number two Wade. Okay, I'll contact the employer right away. In the outskirts, a deserted construction site. The location mentioned by the employer should be here. At the moment, Lu Chuang was wearing a black hooded jacket. The hood and a black mask covered his entire head, only revealing two dark eye sockets. According to the designated location required by the employer, he walked into the construction site. After all, he was meeting an unknown employer, so he still had to cover up. But the question is, why does he feel that this place looks familiar? Hey, are you the mercenary who accepted the commission this time? A pretentiously deep and sweet child's voice came from behind. Lu Chuang turned his head to look and saw a purple-haired little girl in a purple leather jacket with a black eye patch standing behind her. At first glance, she looked like a little guy imitating a superhero. However, she was firmly holding a modified pistol in her hand. From her standard gun-holding posture, it can be seen that this little girl has definitely received professional firearms training. Being pointed at by the gun, Lu Chuang didn't feel nervous at all and said cheerfully, "Yes, then you must be the employer, right? You're smart. It looks like you're better than the previous ones." Seeing that Lu Chuang didn't question her identity, the purple-haired little girl was very satisfied. She put away her pistol and said, "However, I still have to test your strength." "Well, how do you want to test it? Why don't I give you a set of lightning 5 consecutive whips?" Lu Chuang rolled up his sleeves, planning to give the rich lowly boss the whole job, etc. The purple-haired little girl quickly stopped. She felt that this new mercenary seemed a little excited. "You are a mercenary, right? First of all, it definitely depends on your marksmanship." "No, where's your gun? As a mercenary, do you do missions without a gun?" The purple-haired girl looked at Lu Chuang. After confirming that he did not see any traces of firearms, said in a panic, "So, you wanted to see this? I told you earlier, my gun is here." Lu Chuang waved his arm, and instantly there were 2 more pistols in his hands. He had long been proficient in the skill of spear concealment. With the 2 pistols hidden on his body, outsiders could not see any traces at all. "Cool. It seems that you do have some strength." Seeing this scene, the purple-haired little girl was a little surprised, then pointed, to the distance and said, "See those bottles? As long as you hit them all with a pistol, you will be considered as passing the first level." Lu Chuang looked in the direction, and there were 4 glass bottles placed horizontally about 100 meters away. For ordinary gunmen, it is really difficult to hit these bottles with a pistol with a short range at this distance. "No problem, handsome." After saying that, Lu Chuang swung his right hand sharply, and the bullet escaped. Before the purple-haired girl saw the movement clearly, she saw 4 glass bottles shatter from right to left. With a gunshot, for glass bottles shattered. The purple-haired little girl stared wide-eyed, as if she couldn't accept the scene in front of her. At this moment, she seemed to remember something, and suddenly turned her head to look at Lu Chuang. "Wait, I remember you. You're that superhero." "That's right, it's me." Lu Chuang took off his mask and hood, and directly revealed his true face. After seeing Lu Chuang's appearance, the purple-haired little girl exclaimed, "It's really you." As she spoke, she also took off the black mask. The other party was the little lowly Mindy that Lu Chuang had seen before. From the beginning of seeing this outfit, Lu Chuang already knew that the other party was Mindy. Same place, same 2 people. The only difference is that there is one missing Big Daddy, the werewolf who pointed a gun at his daughter. Lu Chuang asked curiously, "Why don't you see your father?" Hearing his words, Mindy's eyes dimmed instantly, and he said in a low mood, "Big Daddy is dead. It's Frank Amick who did it. Amick killed my mother, and Big Daddy and I have always wanted to avenge Amick. But a week ago we were ambushed and surrounded by Amick's men. Big Daddy wanted to cover. I ended up dying at their hands." Lu Chuang has already taken off the priest's black robe, but the aura of a super high school priest is still there, and this matter has been suppressed in his heart. Mindy can't help but confide to Lu Chuang. Although she received a Spartan-style education since she was a child, she was still a child. Seeing her father die in front of her eyes was hard for an adult, let alone a little girl who was only 11 years old. Sure enough, something went wrong. In fact, after finding out that Big Daddy was not there, Lu Chuang basically guessed what happened. Without dwelling on this topic, Lu Chuang asked, "So, you issued this commission yourself?" "Well, I used the dark web left by Big Daddy to issue commissions. As for the reward." Mindy hesitated at 710, and under the influence of Lu Chuang's super high school priest, she chose to believe Lu Chuang, saying, "It's the stolen money that Big Daddy and I got from fighting criminals before. Big Daddy has already deposited this money into the account in advance, and I can use it as I like." "Understood." Lu Chuang didn't continue to ask, and simply said, "Then let's continue. What is the next test?" "No need. If it's you, there must be no problem." Mindy wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was a strong little girl. The death of Big Daddy did not make her feel scared. Instead, she became more determined to kill Amick, the big enemy, and avenged her dead mother and Big Daddy. Mindy calmed down and said with a serious expression, "I've decided to hire you to help me kill Frank Otzen. Assist. Yes, regardless of my young age, I am very strong." Mindy was afraid that Lu Chuang would not believe it, so she raised her gun and aimed a few shots at the nearby target. It was originally the test content of Lu Chuang's next level, but now it became a prop for her to prove her strength. Lu Chuang took a look and hit the bullseye with his gun. It could be seen that the gun in Mindy's hand has also been modified, reducing the power and recoil and improving the hit rate and stability, which is very suitable for a little girl like Mindy. After showing his strength, Mindy said to himself, "As long as the two of us work together, we will definitely be able to kill that bastard Amick this time. And I've already found Amick's location, which is in a corner of the Bronx district. Inside the building, that surface is the top floor of the furniture company." Lu Chuang raised his hand. "I want to ask, what is your plan?" As a temporary worker hired by Mindy, out of professional ethics, Lu Chuang should have asked the boss about his request. "It's very simple. When the time comes, I will disguise myself as a lost little girl, sneak into the building and kill the janitor, and then I will put you in and kill the top floor together." What a perfect plan, almost catching up with Wade. Lu Chuang thought for a while and said, "I think this plan is good, but there is a little flaw." "What blemish?" "The risk of exposure is too great, and it may be discovered by the enemy at any time." Mindy shrugged his head. "I know, but I have observed that building. It is full of Amick's men, and there are cameras everywhere. It is too difficult for us to sneak in, so we can only adopt a storm strategy, as many as they can kill before they find out. In this case, why don't you listen to my next assassination plan?" "Assassination plan?" "Yes, it's the assassination plan." Lu Chuang showed a bright smile. "Don't worry. The purpose of our mercenary service is to ensure the safety of the employer, but also to ensure that the employer can enjoy the most perfect killer experience. I have a one-stop supreme package for cremation. Are you interested?" Learn about Amick Building. On the surface is a furniture company, but secretly it is a drug trafficking organization used to sell drugs. And Frank Amick is the drug lord of this drug trafficking organization. In the office on the top floor of the building, Amick was sitting on an office chair with a large floor-to-ceiling window behind him. In the spacious room stood a circle of subordinates, all of whom were equipped with submachine guns. One of his subordinates is reporting, "We didn't find the purple-hair masked girl, but I found out that someone posted a commission to kill you on the dark web recently, and it's very likely that the masked girl did it." Amick's face was full of indifference. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, that damn masked man is dead. What can a mere little girl do? As for the entrustment, there are a lot of people who want me to die, but I'm still alive and well now." Amick stood up and said viciously, "If they really dare to come, I guarantee that they will never come back. I will inform the people on the first floor to be vigilant. If any strangers are found entering the building, especially little girls, they will be arrested immediately, dead, for interrogation." "Okay, boss. Also, arrange more people to guard the office and protect me at all times to prevent someone from sneaking in to assassinate me. I don't believe it. I can kill me in the face of so many people." "Okay, drawing board." Amick curled his lips in disdain. He didn't think anyone could kill him in such a heavily guarded building. Unless a whole team of heavily armed mercenaries was hired for a fire raid, it would be impossible for just a few people to break into the top floor of the building. Amick turned to face the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the city below him, and he liked the condescending feeling. At this time, he felt a flash of white light, which made him squint his eyes subconsciously. What? Amick looked up, and there was also a tall building in the distance, and the roof was facing his direction. At the moment, a large and a small figure were standing on the rooftop. The taller figure held a sniper rifle in his hand and pointed it at his position. The white light, just now, was reflected from the lens of the magnifying glass. Boom! Accompanied by a dull impact, Amick couldn't help shaking. On the floor-to-ceiling window, in front of him, a sniper bullet suddenly appeared, and the bullet got stuck in the thick glass, right on the forehead of Amick. It's a pity that the sniper bullet didn't penetrate the floor-to-ceiling window and was directly blocked in front of Amick. Amick was startled at first, then turned to the two figures opposite and laughed wantonly. Haha, this piece of glass is made of special materials. Even a grenade can't be blown up. Just rely on you two idiots to think kill me and go dreaming. Boom! Suddenly, there was another crash. Amick was horrified to find that the sniper bullet in front of him was hit by the sniper bullet behind and pushed forward a little bit, like a hammer hitting a nail, slowly driving the nail into the glass. Boom! Like the knocking sound of Death God, the sniper bullets gradually sank into the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the bullets almost came out of the glass, under the threat of sniper bullets. Amick finally got scared and didn't dare to stand still. He ran to the back of the office and shouted, "There's a killer on the other side. Call everyone to come up." Boom! At the moment, someone noticed that the sniper bullet had been completely drilled out and nearly half of it was firmly stuck in the glass. In an instant, the sniper bullets burst into dazzling flames. Boom! With the deafening explosion, the floor-to-ceiling windows shattered into countless pieces. Everyone standing in the office could feel the gusts of wind pouring into the room like a tide at this moment. But the figure on the opposite rooftop suddenly put away the sniper rifle and pulled up a long banner. The words on it were clearly visible. "Come on, let's shoot at the middle door." Too arrogant. Between the lines, even the punctuation marks reveal an extremely arrogant atmosphere. Amick blushed with anger. He didn't expect that the other party was even more arrogant than himself. There are more than a dozen people here, but there are only two people on the opposite side. Even if this guy has a sniper rifle, within the range of less than 100 meters, the submachine gun in their hands can easily shoot to the rooftop. They can have an absolute advantage in terms of firepower alone. Why are the two of them so arrogant? But soon Amick knew why. With the help of another person, the little figure moved a cylindrical weapon to the fixture, with huge amounts of holes facing the direction of the office. Amick and his subordinates can see that this is not a sniper rifle. It is clearly a rocket launcher. The F***K is calling this a sniper. Maybe it was because the roof was a bit cold. The little figure sucked his nose and showed them a childlike smile. Then, without any hesitation, the launch button was pushed. Boom!
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.